live, and with me I have Based Mama. Welcome aboard, Based Mama.
Thank you very much for having me. How are you doing today?
Fine, how are you doing today?
I'm doing quite well considering it's 122 degrees today. So I'm just going to stay in the shade a lot.
And recently you have over 2,000 subs. Congratulations.
Thank you. I was told about that yesterday from Cognitive Thought. I didn't even know. Um, I don't know how I got, that many so quick, but hey, I'll take them. So thank you.
Yeah, let's see. You also have this video where you're talking about sweatsuits, and do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well, basically what happened, Twitter has a really nasty habit of banning people that tend to it almost sounds conspiracy theory to say has the wrong opinions, but at that point that's really what it has become. If people are finding out that they're shadow banned for retweeting a funny comic or something like that, just nothing really really serious, but if it was tweeted by someone who is on the unapproved list and you retweet it, then you'll get shadow banned, where you can continue to tweet but none of your followers will see them. So it's sort of like a punishment that you don't find out about until later. It's very passive aggressive if an algorithm can do that. But so the Twitter war blew up. I believe that uh, basically Leslie Jones was getting genuine harassment, like we all do, and it was insulting and racially motivated for quite a bit of it. But she had a complete freak out, and the first rule of online life is people will insult you, just ignore them. That's just basically it. It kind of goes back to when you were a kid and everybody's going to say something, just ignore them, right? I'm sure your mom told you, just don't let it bother you. But we have now a society of everybody's letting things bother them. So she was getting genuine harassment and responding to it, which is the worst thing that you could do, really. And it kind of turned into a big thing. And she retweeted a tweet insulting Milo, I guess, because I'm not really sure what her motivation was for it. There's speculation that it was because he gave her movie a bad review. In fairness, it was a bad movie, mostly because the script was garbage. It was just terrible, terribly written script. But it wasn't that good, and I guess that a lot of her tweets were I can't remember the one that she sent to me. She blocked me, so um, it was just because I made a movie. You guys are all getting racist, and sort of like, who saying that your movie wasn't that good. It's not a personal insult to you. It's saying you collaborated on a work and it wasn't well received. It's welcome to Jackson Pollock's life, or in Basquiat even, or oh god, what was the name? The guy that made Plan 9 from Outer Space. Um, oh, he also did Glenn or Glenda. Now I can't remember. Ed Wood. I'm sorry. I knew if I thought about it. Bad things have been made. It's okay. Move along. Just keep going. But she apparently had just a hysterical meltdown, and a few barbs were passed between herself and Milo. But Milo was permabanned, like permanently suspended from Twitter, and they said that he incited harassment, but he didn't. The harassment was already going on long before, and she retweeted a tweet calling him the Uncle Tom of the gay world and a Jewish fag. That was way, going on way before. So he can't have incited violence unless he somehow managed to do it through telepathy well before he ever got on Twitter. I'm not really sure how he would have done that, but sorry, it was that kind of he just sort of he's the scapegoat for this, really. Excuse for them to rid themselves of Milo once and for all. Um, it also managed to have the effect of ridding Twitter of quite a few stockholders as well. So I'm not really sure how that's going to work out for them, but we'll see. Twitter's not exactly known to be like a family friendly environment. Um, so I'm not, you know, they allow like pro ISIS accounts to tweet videos of beheadings, but you know, insulting a comedian is not allowed. It's just it's very two-faced in the way that they apply their terms of service and community standards, and they are, even according to their own regulations, um, very selective and very authoritarian about it. So that's become kind of people's issue. So in response to the over censorship that's been going on, and it's not just Twitter, it's also Facebook, as we saw a few months ago, was hit. Um, they were discovered basically for censoring any kind of conservative, even libertarian uh, opinions. So that only very liberal opinions, and I don't mean liberal in the classical sense, I mean like very social justice liberal. I don't know what else to call them, progressive liberal, I guess, opinions would be heard. And it's all very touchy feely type stuff. Facebook at least has the pretense of trying to be family friendly. So they censor a lot of stuff based on that, like posts in which people are swearing or using derogatory language inflammatory language and things like that. But Twitter has never even pretended to have any kind of moral standard as far as that goes. And now they're pretending to. And it's just too obvious to ignore, really. So Twexit or Twexidus now, because they're not trending Twexit anymore, so you have to have a new one, which they did with Free Milo. That the hashtag Free Milo went out, and then they weren't autofilling that anymore, and then it was Free Milo now. I don't think Milo is coming back, but that's just me. So Twexit or Twexidus is set for just a mass deactivation. Even if you're going to do it for 72 hours and make a point, you don't fully want to give up your Twitter, whatever. It's just enough to let them know people are unsatisfied with the censorship issue. And for me, I'm gone permanently. I mean, I don't have any interest in being there anymore. Um, when I can't, you know, if they're censoring people, especially news stories and things like that I'm interested in or trying to follow or pay attention to, and they're being censored, there's no point. I mean, it's as good as trying to, use Yahoo for news. It's basically useless. So for me, I'm gone. A lot of people are just going offline for a few days. There's discussion of a new and better platform being put together. For now, people are moving over to sealion.club. And I saw that you were there. It made me very happy. People are switching over, going to, it's just sealion.club. There was no .com or anything like that, just sealion.club. For some reason, that's been very confusing, but it kind of works the same as Twitter. It doesn't have as many features, but I actually like it a lot better. The news feed is your feed is people either that you are stalking, which is like following somebody, or you can do your local area, or you can do just kind of the whole community of Sea Lion. So you can kind of limit what you want to see or expand what you want to see at your discretion, which is nice. But it's, like I said, it's really small. It's coming up, it'll do for now. I actually really like it because it's a good place for us to sort of group together, those of us who are exiled, I guess, from Twitter for having moral principles of free speech. It's a good place for us to kind of regroup and keep in contact with each other. And we actually, so many of us left, we crashed their server. So that's how popular just getting the hell out of Twitter and finding some place where you can actually get the information you're trying to get has become. Even if it's stuff you don't like, it's better to have the information than to have very filtered information. And that's kind of what everybody is about. It's not really about making a safe space for, conservative libertarian voices. It's about not being monitored or reported or shut down because you have an opinion that a moderator doesn't like, if that makes sense. But that's kind of what the idea is to find some place where free speech is allowed and, within the bounds of the law, allow the community to sort of regulate and monitor itself. Um, you know, Bad ideas are going to get shut down. It's going to happen because, the community, if you present a bad idea, people will argue against you, and you can either staunchly refuse to acquiesce to this new information, or you can say, okay, I was wrong, and adapt. And that's how life is in general, away from the internet. So why would you want to force your will? It's a false reality on the internet, and I think people take it too seriously. They treat it too much like it's real life. Um, if you're having an argument on Twitter and you walk out your front door, you're not still in that argument, with your mailman or whatever. So, but I think people tend to take it as seriously as though they were at war with their neighbor or something, and it's just gotten to a ridiculous point where you can't have a discussion online. It becomes debate. Everything is seen as an instant debate as opposed to, an exchange of information, or even polite conversation becomes debate on the internet. So it's kind of, I think people are kind of getting tired of that, if that makes sense. Just kind of tired of everything being a constant battle.
Yeah, like Twitter is just going crazy with the whole banning and shut up banning, because he had brought up a good point. Sargon, he also mentioned it in his video, and I saw you commenting on Sargon's new video, and it's kind of like how he was talking about when it comes to Milo, he got blocked for something or banned permanently from Twitter for something he was barely involved with, while there are people with ISIS who behead people, and it took a lawsuit for Twitter to do anything about it. So their bias is showing.
Yeah, I mean their bias is very, very obvious, and I think here's the trouble they're having this go round is, one, your average user who's not really involved in this, like people like me, or my auntie who just has Twitter because she follows makeup tutorials and things like that. They're getting sick of it. It's not even people who are in the mix and controversial. It's people way far in the periphery of these things, or just they're so tired of it. They're just tired of, they get hit with suspensions and bans and things, and they don't know why, because all you get is, I'm sure you've seen it, your account has been suspended for a violation of Twitter TOS. They don't tell you what you violated. They don't tell you what your supposed offense is. They might tell you the tweet that they want you to delete, but that will be it. You'll never be given information on why. So that's also frustrating to people because, like I said, even far in the periphery, who are never heard of these people, never have anything to do with it, aren't political, whatever, the same thing happens to them, and they don't know why. And I think for the user, the frustrating part is not knowing why you have been punished. It's like having a default judgment handed down and you didn't even know you were in trouble, if that makes sense. Like you don't even know what you did. So it's sort of, it feels very, that in itself feels like a violation, I think, to users, to not, to be told you've done something bad, but not be told what it is.
Yeah, I
That's
think the
what.
problem is that we have gone so far to the left so fast. I mean, it seemed like it happened like really, really quickly because, like, not that long ago, you probably missed this entirely, but before on YouTube, it was like Christians versus atheists, where you have the amazing atheists and Jacqueline Glenn versus Christians, but now it's like anti-feminists versus feminists, and it's kind of a lot like it's just that we've gone far, very far to the outer edges of the left, and it happened just so quickly. Like and it's like all these sites like Slate's Salon and Huffington Post, and it's kind of like, and even CNN and MSNBC is just so far to the left. It's kind of like um, during the Orlando shooting,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like we know that a Muslim man killed like almost 50 people because of his religious beliefs. But on CNN, I was like listening to Anderson Cooper going like, well, Christians, they don't want gays to get married years ago. And they were, don't allow gays to, they don't want to make a wedding cake for gays, and like here you are trying to act all supportive, and
That
it's
is
like,
that. I'm sorry. That all like they won't make me a wedding cake. Go to another bakery. That's the free market. Make use of it. Like, good grief. But that, yeah, it's, my first world problems and my petty, indignancy is just as valid as dead people. I mean, it's that kind of, to me, really, it's such a distortion of reality that you would even make the comparison, dead people versus, mean Christians. Like, okay, well, mean to, saying mean stuff to you, I would rather have people say mean stuff to me than shoot me. I mean, maybe that's just a personal preference, but I like to live, so I just don't see them as comparable at all. And honestly, to have him say that, it was infuriating. Most people know that I'm bi. It's not, I don't really like, it's not my identity because I um, came to awareness of my sexuality, I guess, in the early to mid 90s. And their identity politics was kind of started, but it was usually shut down by the older crowd. And they have been more and more silenced as time has gone by. Like Camille Paglia was one of the biggest, LGBT uh, gay, feminist writers out there, and now for her to say that there is the default sexuality in human beings is heterosexual is hate speech. How? Like, why is that bad? That's just the truth. It's, you know, sorry, but if it wasn't, wouldn't heterosexuality be the minority? I mean, you can't state something that is an obvious fact without being called a bigot or being silenced. That's I think one of the biggest things that we've seen is that basically we have, I call them the bitch brigade. They just come out of nowhere and bitch really, really loudly. And nobody wants to hear them, or they just want them to shut up. So they give them their way, like spoiled children. I want ice cream for dinner. No, no, Tommy, you can't have ice cream for dinner. I'm going to stand here and scream and hold my breath. Okay, you can have ice cream for dinner. That's pretty much what we're dealing with on a social level. And it's not going very well. Um, because I think they make such a fuss and such a stink, and they're so hysterical about it that people try to respond in some way with placating people. And I think that's why they view these very minor infractions as just as personal and just as egregious an offense as a guy actually mowing people down with armor piercing rounds, you know, because they're so self-involved that they can't even empathize with other people.
yeah, what I don't get is like when it comes to the whole gay wedding cake thing is I can bake my own cake. It's just like, I agree with you. Like, why not just go to another baker? It's to act like Christians are far worse than Muslims. And it's kind of like, like how Obama's speech is kind of like, the real problem is guns. We need to ban all guns. When really, like, there are people on Twitter who are posting how, like, somewhere, I think it's France, where like a Muslim like had an axe and just
Oh,
in
it's
like,
Germany.
it was Germany where he had an
Yeah.
axe.
And then, well, the next day or the day after that, there a man stabbed a woman and her two children at the beach for being scantily clad. And then, a couple days later, somebody drives a truck full of gas into a police station in Sydney, and it's every day now. And I think what we really has become so obvious to us is guns are not the problem. That argument down, because even staunch liberals are like, if this is happening even where guns are banned, I don't think it's guns. I think that's just the tool. And it's like, oh my God, you're finally coming around. Because it's the ideology that's driving it. I mean, Islam is meant to be spread by any means necessary, and that includes overt violence and intimidation and rape and all of the things that are being employed and people are so shocked by. This is every day in the Middle East. This is not new for them. Their problems have come to you now because you have brought the people from there to you. You brought them to you. As far as the governments go, not obviously not the citizenry, because the citizenry is very unhappy with this, but that those troubles are coming your way because they have an open invitation to do so. And Muslims on average really don't integrate that well. You're more moderate, like my family's Muslim, I'm Muslim. They will usually have no problem integrating. But if you look at other religions, like say Hindu or Buddhist or Sikh, you don't have these problems from that. No matter where they go, no matter how many of them go into a place, they try to acclimate to their new surroundings. With Islam, it's not the same, because you are literally taught from childhood that Islam is absolutely superior to all other ways of thinking and ways of being and ways of living. And so, how do I put it? From their perspective, they're doing you a favor by making you aware of Islam come hell or high water. They're doing a good thing, even if they have to do evil to produce that good thing in their minds. It's the ends justify the means, which we've heard that one before, and we've also heard by any means necessary. And these are things that are being repeated now within in mosques and by imams, by scholars. Any means necessary take over. And so you're not having people really coming looking for a better life, as far as they are looking for free money and to simultaneously do the work of God by any means necessary. And that's really the problem that you're running into, is if you have a religion or a belief system that you want to spread and propagate, you're going to waste a lot of time trying to love people into it. But to terrify and intimidate people is extremely efficient, and that's why it's so often used by various powers to conquer lands, because it works. And that's what you're seeing on a groundswell level. And a lot of people come with it's their culture. I hate that argument because they've now come to a foreign land. Their culture needs to stay in their land. You don't need to bring it to yours. You know what I mean? That's part of the acclimation and adjustment. But the fact that I think the biggest issue with it is you're not being required to adjust. If you come from anywhere else, you're required to adjust. Like if you look at Ukrainian refugees, they're required to adjust or they get sent back. But if you look at Pakistani migrants, they basically get a free pass on everything because they're, Muslim is the new protected class. And so they get away with everything. Like we had, I can't remember his name. The guy, he had raped a woman. I can't remember where he's from right offhand. This was in England. He raped a woman, basically said, well, I didn't know that you couldn't rape women here. And so they let him off. And then he proceeded to rape 2 more women before he was deported. It's that kind of thing. We're excusing it at our own peril and then trying to say that it's, we're just being sensitive to racial tensions or whatever. And it's ridiculous. It's frustrating to see because, again, having been on the other side, it's like, the game, how it's played. And when you try to warn people, they think you're being insane because who would ever think that way? Who would ever think that it's acceptable to rape women? These guys do. That's why they keep doing it. You know what I mean? It's just it's frustrating because I don't know. I get the feeling I'm talking to myself a lot, I guess, when it comes to this.
Yeah, like when it comes to how things were in the past, like let's look at America and France. If you are an American and you go to France and you don't speak a word of French, then the Parisians or the French, they would be upset. They're like, how come you don't speak French? It's kind of like I've actually spoken to a French person before, and I was like, well, here in America, people have the feeling that you guys hate us and you have a problem with us. And the French girl told me the problem is that you Americans come to France, you don't speak a single word of French. You expect us to learn English. You don't adapt to our culture, and it's kind of like even when you go look at Japan, you gotta speak Japanese. You gotta know about a culture somewhat, or they'll get really mad and angry. But it's kind of like this Muslim problem. It's not like my friend in Finland. It's like my friend in Finland told me like there are people who migrate to France. I mean, they go to Finland. They don't speak a single word of Finnish, and she is worried about losing her culture. She's afraid that her culture is just going to like disappear. She's afraid that her own language is going to disappear. That is sad. That is really sad when you are afraid that your own language is going to disappear, and she cannot talk about the foreign problem without coming across as racist. And she's not racist. She just wants the foreigners to either learn her culture, learn the language, or don't bother coming. And I think that's where Donald Trump is coming from. Like Sam Harris, he was on a podcast where he was saying that Donald Trump is racist because he wants illegal Mexicans to go back to Mexico and build a wall or something.
I mean, well, Sam Harris is very, very to the left. And I think that's obvious just by his deluded state that you can somehow reform Islam. Like, no, you can't, because there are provisions within it that disallow you to do that. You cannot deny one verse of the Quran, or you are not a Muslim. So how are you going to reform that if you literally cannot deny one thing? So if you say, well, yeah, it says to, kill the Christians and the Jews that won't join you, but I don't believe that. Well, you're already not a Muslim. You've just made yourself not a Muslim now. So it's sort of like you can't pick and choose. Like, I have this argument all the time with people, and I don't know why I'm the one having this argument. That's so frustrating. And I'm usually arguing with Christians who don't know any better. While the Old Testament is very violent and et cetera, et cetera. First of all, as a Christian, you don't have to accept the Old Testament. And that was why the church almost broke to pieces in the very beginning, because Gentiles were allowed to be Christian, and that was apparently for some reason very offensive to the Hebrew Christians, and they threw, they basically pitched a bitch fit about it. And a lot of them just quit being Christian because they didn't want the Gentiles involved. But that was what it was. Is the provision was I think Jesus said, "He that believeth in me, shall not perish," or whatever he said. But he never said you can't. You have to accept what came before me. He never said that, and Paul never said that, and the Didact doesn't say that. So I'm not really sure where people got that from. um, it's sort of like it's confusing to me, especially because, like I said, being on the outside of this, not really having a dog in this fight, so to speak, it's frustrating, because it's I don't know why I'm the one explaining this. You know what I mean? As an unreligious sort of atheist agnostic, I don't know why I have to clarify this for you. But it kind of shows the general ignorance of people who claim to be Christian, and they want to self-flagellate and make themselves feel better and seem like they're good people or whatever by saying, well, we were just as bad, and they're think about where Christianity was, 1450 years after it started, and it's nowhere close. Like, if you're going to make that comparison, be prepared to make that comparison, because they're so divergent, it's ridiculous. You had a few things here and there, like the Spanish conquistadors, which people blame on the Catholics, but that also isn't true because they were funded by the Spanish crown for the Spanish crown. Everything they conquered, land, all the gold, whatever booty they collected, it belonged to the Spanish crown. It didn't belong to the church. The church was allowed to operate, but they weren't there first. It wasn't their deal. It's just people being, they've heard the narrative, I guess, for so long that they want to make themselves feel better about it. I can't remember the name of the book. There was a book about white guilt that was in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, that kind of started this whole thing about white Christian guilt. And it kind of took off, and it was very widely read among hippies. And they used to talk about, like, this was a talking point for them. And it was, none of it's really true. It's all just kind of subjective. I don't know. It's all bullshit. Basically, it's just this one guy giving his opinion on things, and people just took it and ran. Um, it was it was just interesting, I mean, it was just kind of the way that this went from, you didn't really have, I think it was kind of an exploitation of the civil rights movement, and the feeling of the country afterwards, of people kind of feeling like they had corrected a wrong that had been allowed to go on for so long, that it kind of came out at exactly that point. And it was just basically this guy saying you should feel bad for being white because colonized other countries. And even though, I mean, we maybe didn't do it, like the US doesn't have uh, we don't have colonies that we conquered. Like, we have Guam and Puerto Rico, which we didn't get by conquering them. We got, if I recall correctly, Guam was economic. Uh, I can't remember what it was. Basically, they were broke, and we needed a base. So it was, protect us because you're Americans and you actually have an army and we don't. And that was kind of the trade-off. But it wasn't, it's not anything really difficult to understand. It was just, it worked for both parties, and so both parties participated. And with Puerto Rico, it definitely wasn't like a military takeover. So to me, I don't see how people would be able to say American imperialism in that sense, because America has never been an imperial state in any way. It's always been sort of a loose association of colonies and various groups of people. So, but you can't argue that because you're, I've been told this, because you're white, and that means you came from Europe. So that means you're an imperialist. And I'm like, why? I just look at you like, well, why don't you comprehend this? you know, I'm sort of like, okay. Oh yeah, I guess there was the Spanish American War. Uh, that's true. There was a bit, but it's we didn't take over anywhere, and the white. I have to find that book because it's just going to bug me. But it's um, David Horowitz has a really good book that I find myself rereading just hundreds of times, called Radical Son, and it's kind of how he went from being on the radical left to being basically a conservative, which he really isn't a conservative. He just kind of is like the rest of us, where he was never on the right, and then all of a sudden he has to be now because they won't let him be on the left anymore.
Radical Son by David. Did you say Radical Son by who again?
David Horowitz.
Radical Son by David Horowitz.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I just found it on Amazon. I guess I would share it with other people where you're talking about share it, just in case if your fans probably would want to check it out themselves. And I just posted
Fine.
it on chats, but I'll
Yeah, it's
probably just I'll probably put it in the description later, so
I mean,
that
it's a good book. I mean, if it's something you want to kind of understand how the hell you ended up over here by accident and without ever doing anything, it's a good book. His kind of is more, as he got older, he understood the concept and importance of, uh, conserving your culture and conserving your way of life, and that it's, there's an openness that is good, and then when taken too far becomes very, very bad. And it's because you're always going to seek consistency, some kind of consistent line. When you're dealing with emotional things, you're going to seek those things. I call it compassion porn and emotional masturbation. I didn't invent compassion porn, but it's we like to do things, or we like to see people have good things happen in their lives, and we like to help people when they're down because that's how we feel like we've done something good to make the world a better place. So that is our sort of emotional masturbation, where we make ourselves feel better by siding with whoever seems to be the victim at the moment. And the problem with that is, anybody can be the victim, and they forget because they look at the results of um, the Nazi Party. They forget how it started, and it started with "we are the victims here," and people really, really forget that. That to me, being a fan of history and looking at this social justice movement and how authoritarian it is, and how it's we're perpetually the victim, and this small minority group that really isn't much of a threat at all is this huge threat. Because like with Black Lives Matter bitching about the KKK, I went and Googled it, and the KKK says it has 6,000 members. The Southern Poverty Law Center, which, by the way, itself is its own little hate group, only gives them about 3,000. So I'm sort of like, how are they a threat to anything? This many people show up at my family reunion.
yeah,
These
I
people are
could,
not a threat to you.
yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. You are an ex-Muslim, and have you ever lived in the Middle East before? Or
I've never like set up home anywhere. I've been to a lot of places. Like spent a couple of months or 3 or 4 months here and there, because when you leave, uh, it, when you sorry, if you have a visa here and you have to go back and renew your visa, it takes anywhere from 3 to 6 months. So you sort of live there but you don't live there. if that makes sense. It's more like the, extended vacation that you don't want to be on. So I've done that a couple of times, and I've been through India and parts of Pakistan, just toward because the man I was with was from India, so um, he was we went up to see, like, he kind of has this really idealistic view of Pakistan, like it's just this, haven of God for, Indian Muslims and stuff like that. It's a crap hole. It really is. It's the best thing I could ever say about it is it's almost as much of a crap hole as, well,
But
maybe
it's
Myanmar, now, but um, I actually liked it there, but um, we it, it's very different. Within India, you have Sikhs and Hindus and Muslims, and they kind of stay to themselves very much. They have like their village is a Muslim village, or it's a Sikh village, or you see what I'm saying? They stay separate from each other as much as possible because they don't get along.
but isn't India full of the moderate Muslims? So don't the more moderate Muslims like live in India and it's
No way. No, nope. Nope, nope. Um, the first problem here is the idea that there is a moderate Muslim. And that's the first thing that people are like, oh, but I know Muslims. Yeah, everybody does. And I will tell you the truth. I was a quote unquote moderate Muslim. And seriously, I'm not gonna lie, even as objective as I tried to be about it, if you would have insulted Muhammad, I would have hurt you. I would have physically done you harm and very much wanted to kill you. That's what it is. So it's kind of because it gets in your head and that's all you hear all the time, and I don't know how else to put it. It just becomes such a huge part of you because before you're anything else, before you're male or female, before you're a mother or father, before you're anything, you're a Muslim first. Your homeland is Islam. Your identity is Islam. Your everything is Islam first. It's more than a nationality. It's more than, it means more to you than anything, really. You're always a Muslim first and anything else second. So you're going to have two kinds of Muslims. You're going to have Muslims who know their faith and they would be radical or extremist or whatever. And the closest thing you're going to get to a moderate Muslim is somebody who really doesn't know their faith that well. They will still staunchly guard it. They will still argue with you. They will still not be willing to hear, criticisms, or when you ask them for an explanation of this verse or this chapter. It's hard for me not to say like ayah or surah, to say it because it gets so much into you that you can't even say chapter of the Quran. You reflexively say surah because you're not supposed to speak English or any other language, if you can help it. So there's a lot of like, if you have, like, let's say a French Muslim, you have, they'll still say surah and ayah, and they'll still greet each other with, salam alaikum and things like that, even though they are not Arabic, do not speak Arabic. Um, even, well, like in India, this is one of the things that annoyed me. Even though the language is spoken exactly the same, they have broken it to Urdu is the language that Muslims speak, and Hindi is the language that Hindus speak. It's the same language. It's literally the same, but they will tell you it's different because that's kind of the basic, like you were saying, your friend is it's worried about her language being taken. That is how much separation they intend for themselves from other people, to the point where even when it's exactly the same language, they want to make it slightly different, and because they're going to include, Arabic in their language, so therefore that makes it not the same language. It's that kind of stuff. They actually go out of their way quite a bit to separate themselves from everyone else around them. And to them, it's, I don't know how to put it. It would be like being very elitist, you know? Um, it's you're taught, I mean, like I said, you're taught that Islam is over and above all other things. It's the best possible way. Sharia law, which is, as anybody who's ever, read through it, looked at it, or seen it knows, it's absolutely one of the most brutal justice systems to exist. I mean, this is stuff that is pre-medieval. It's absolutely brutal. It's horrible. But people, when you grow up a Muslim, they tell you your whole life this is the best system of law and justice because it comes from God, and you can't argue against it. You can't amend it. Oh, sorry. You can't amend it. You can't do anything about it. So I don't know if nobody really paid attention to the story, but it didn't really surprise me. ISIS had a female judge to oversee female, Sharia court matters. And this woman had disobeyed her husband on something so minor. I don't even remember what it was. And the female Sharia court judge, said, technically under Sharia, you have to have a lashing. So she told her, come over here, and she hit her on the back of the hand with a pencil because it was ridiculous that she was even there, basically. So this was such an outrage that the female judge, who basically went easy on this woman for not really having a violation, was drawn and quartered and tortured and killed. And people, nobody even saw that. Everybody ignored it. Um, but that's the reality. You change something, and because you change something, you're done. That's pretty much it. You know.
Yeah. So were you what led you to Islam? Like, I don't think you were always Muslim. I don't think you were
No,
raised
no.
Muslim, so
No, I grew up Mormon, which is its own kind of crazy, but it's the kind of crazy that comes with like good desserts and very fatty foods. um, so it's uh, Mormonism kind of is a head screw, but it's more, the damage is more to the person, not to the society. So I don't really bother Mormons too much. They don't really bother me. It's that sort of because the city I live in is 98% Mormon, and then there's like 2% Lutheran, and there's sort of like a sprinkling of your odd atheist agnostic that doesn't observe anything, and that's pretty much what I live in every day. I'm fine here. I feel like safe, whatever. I don't look over my shoulder or anything like that, because of the people here, because I'm an ex-Mormon. But I'm always looking over my shoulder because I'm an ex-Muslim, even here. If I hear Arabic spoken, I get very tense. I'm always watching out, like you do, because after you've been threatened so many times, you get afraid. But I was 14. Yeah, it was in between eighth and ninth grade, I guess. Um, I decided I didn't want to be Mormon anymore. I started looking into other things, and there was this like weird building that these hijabi women went into, and I kind of thought that they were like nuns because I didn't know that much about Catholics either. And so I kind of went there to see what they were about. And they gave me, a bunch of books that had like, flowers on them and stuff like that. And it was like, the rights of women and feminism and Islam, and the love of Allah for man and things like that. And it really kind of painted it as basically just Christianity plus Muhammad without any kind of priest or bishop or anybody in between you and God. And that appealed to me because I was like, oh, that sort of cuts out the middleman, as it were. And that was kind of an issue I had growing up Mormon, because I didn't my perception of Christianity was already very, very skewed from the beginning, but I kind of wanted to stay away from it. So I didn't really look at it. But I was kind of culturally Christian anyway, so I was like, I guess I'll look at it. So they I didn't have the internet. Like, in my defense, there was no Google. Um, and they gave me a very amended version of the Quran, which was all just like very flowery, sweet. It was, the pocket Quran. So, because it's a really thick, heavy book, it's a lot to carry around. So, I had this little, like just kind of verses out of it, and that was what I was working off of. for several years. I hadn't really seen anything else. Um, and so, I didn't have open access to the internet, didn't really know much about it, and kind of was like, okay, this seems cool. I can deal with this. Um, it wasn't until after I got married to my first husband and I was um, pregnant with my daughter, and I started to read and write in Arabic. I started to learn to speak and read and write in Arabic because I was married to an Egyptian. I was like, I want to be able to communicate with his family and in-laws and things like that, to just to facilitate communication. It's probably better. And everybody kept saying the best way to learn would be to study the Quran and learn Arabic that way. And so I started doing that, and then wow. Um I you have cognitive dissonance because you get all the flowery, pretty happy, and then you see the very brutal viciousness of it, I guess. Um, but I didn't really, I kind of took that to my imam, and I was like, this sounds pretty awful. And he's like, oh, we don't really do that anymore. It's just, that's the old way. And I'm like, why can a man have four wives? And he's like, back then there were a lot more women than men. And it was the same shit I heard as a Mormon. And it made sense. It was like a decent argument. It was just like to provide greater protection to the women of the group, to give them like some kind of, it was an old time where patriarchal society, men needed to protect women, that kind of thing. So they could have more wives, in order to provide a broader umbrella of protection to females. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds fair enough, whatever. But nobody ever does that anymore. That's my favorite. Nobody does that anymore. Okay. So I became more and more religious, and I was, praying more often and things like that. And my ex-husband would like curse, and he wanted me to work, and you women weren't supposed to work, or that's what I heard, like you could but you didn't have to, and it shouldn't be required of you. And I started to get irritated with him not living up to his end of the deal in Islam. And I, looking back, I realize now comparatively he was actually a very good guy because he was very like, I'm Muslim because I am. That was pretty much it. Like, I guess, like, if you've never been to church and you would say like, I'm Lutheran because your parents were, you know, that's kind of how he was. He became more religious after a while, but um, he, I felt like he wasn't holding up his end of it. I started to get frustrated, feeling like, he was mistreating me or not being fair just to me. And we ended up splitting up because I requested that he divorce me, and he did, but he didn't say I divorced you three times consecutively. So um our divorce had to have a fatwa on it, which people associate with like a death warrant, but a fatwa is a ruling or an opinion by an imam or a consensus of imams or a Sharia court. So we had to go to an imam who had to declare us divorced. And so I wanted to be more Muslim. I was looking into like Sufism and things like that. I don't know if anybody's aware of the twirling dervishes and things like that. That's Sufi Islam. So they seem like they were, more kind of mystical, I guess, and that kind of appealed to me more in the whole like trying to get closer to God aspect of it. Um, so I started to study Sufism, and I moved. I wanted to be in like a broader community with more Muslims, and to be closer to the faith and things like that. And so I moved to a Salafist community about halfway across the country. And at first it was fine because when you're a convert, they sort of, it's almost, I don't know how to put it. You're the prize pig. Let's just call it what it is. You're the prize pig of the group. Look what we have. We have an American Muslim convert. Isn't she so great? She found Islam by herself. Nobody had to, she didn't have to be born into it. She chose it. And, they kind of hold you up like that. The biggest problem that I had was that I was, devout, kept to myself, prayed. I chose to wear the niqab on my own without being married. So that was a big deal. Um, Not in the sense that it meant anything as far as piety, but as far as that was like, I don't know, some kind of alarm for women who had unmarried sons because it was at 20, 30 times a day. Are you married, sister? Are you married, sister? Are you married, sister? But I wanted really, the reason that I chose it is because women who wore it disappear. Other women ignore you, men ignore you. You basically don't exist. And that's what I wanted because my thing was to be closer to God. I didn't want to, I didn't like that people were harassing me to get married all the time, because that's sort of the thing. If you're a female Muslim convert, they want you to get married to somebody's son or nephew or whatever because he needs a green card. And so it's just constant like that, a green card, a green card, a green card. So you kind of, that's really what you are, is you're a walking, talking, living, breathing green card. Um, they don't, of course, tell you that, but it seemed like my having been married before was not a deterrent. Whereas for any woman who wasn't a US citizen, that would have been a massive deterrent to remarriage within the Muslim community. You wouldn't have been able to get married again. It would have been very, very difficult for you. But if you have some benefit, like a green card, it's not that difficult. I didn't, again, I wasn't really interested in getting married, and it felt a lot of social pressure to do it from people around me. And I did try. I only did a nikah. I refused to have a legal marriage, like a state marriage with anybody. Um, so I think that was a problem for a lot of people and their mothers, because they were here. Most of the guys were, like here on student visas or whatever, and trying to find a quick American wife. And this was sort of the best of both worlds. They got a quick American wife who was also an obedient Muslim. But I was, like I said, very into the mysticism aspect of it. Or it's sort of, Sufism is, it's Islam, don't get me wrong. They'll still kill you. They have no problem with that. Because that's sort of every branch of Islam is that. Maybe Quranists are less violent. They still do, tend toward to doing things like honor killings and things like that. But they usually stay within their own group, and they don't press out into the wider population. But at the same time, even they are considered non-Muslims or apostates. So they get hunted down and killed too. It's not even like, you know, they don't even try. But so anyway, I was out in this sort of, there were a few Sufis and Zoroastrians, which are not Muslims, but they are kind of in a weird way. And they all hung out together, and I spent a great deal of time with them. But I was living in a Salafist community, which I didn't really know what that was when I came here, like to this place. And that's kind of when the true brutality was made very obvious, because the way that they behave, it was, there was the mosque, and then there were one, two, three, four houses behind it. One was the imam's house, and then the other three were like apartment buildings that used to be houses and were converted into apartments. And it was, I lived in one of them by myself, and I cleaned the mosque and things like that, just to, because they'd let me live there if I did, basically. And I was a niqabi, so you can't work, because where are you going to get a job? So it was kind of, I was very restricted as far as I could move about and, to do things. And do just functional things like go shopping, have a job, do anything, as a nikabi. And I was kind of pressed into marriage on that basis, is that, I really needed a mahram, a legal male to go around with me so I could do things like go, to a restaurant or go to the grocery store or, get on the bus or do anything that, might I wouldn't normally be able to do as a single woman, which would require any kind of interaction between a woman and a man. You couldn't even shake hands, none of that was allowed. So it was, being in a cobby was really hard for just living your everyday life. So I kind of settled with the idea that I would get married, and at least I'd be able to go do stuff. So I I got married, and he was okay. Very, I don't know. He was very of his culture and of his belief system. Um, like, it wasn't out of the ordinary to be grabbed by the arm or grabbed by the hair to get my attention. Not even because I had done something. It was just, I was walking past him and he wanted my attention, so he would just grab me by my hair, which, to me that was very offensive. But the way that he had grown up in his family is, his sisters and his mother were extremely mistreated, and so it was very normal for him to mistreat women because that's what he knew. Um, but he, just who he was. But we never did the Nika, or we did a Nika, but we never did a legal marriage. So um, he started to hate me because I couldn't benefit him. He became really angry and frustrated that, he was married to me and now he was going to have to find a second wife to get him his green card because I wasn't going to do it. Um, and I mean, even if I wanted to get married, I wouldn't have done a legal marriage anyway. I don't like them. I don't like the state in my relationships. That just as I've always been like that. I don't really know why. um, but it's, I wouldn't give him a legal marriage, and so he started to resent me and to mistreat me even more. Because I wasn't, basically, I had just kind of, the way he saw it, he had been sold a bill of goods, because he assumed that by marrying me, he would get a green card, and was very angry and frustrated, uh, with me not being able or not being willing to provide him with a legal status in the U.S. and he was, very, very angry, and that's kind of when things started to go south between us personally. And honestly, it really wasn't that bad between us. We would bicker and argue a lot, but the physical abuse didn't really happen until we got a new imam who was from Pakistan, and that's when things really, really, really shifted. Almost, I would say, almost overnight. It happened so fast, because he would have a men's halakha, which is like, schooling or lessons or whatever about Islam, and all of the, like, very, very practicing guys would go, and almost everybody went anyway because it was a pretty small community, even though the mosque was really big. Everybody that lived in our little cul-de-sac compound thing, of course, always went, and the ladies, we would sit and have tea together. But I noticed that this one girl, she was never there. Like, her husband would leave. She was always very chatty and polite when he was around, but she was never there. So one of the other ladies went to see where she was, and she was locked inside of her house and had to talk through the door because she couldn't get out of her house. And my instant thought was, one, that just seems stupid. And two, what happens if there's a fire? Where is she going to go? There, because the area that the mosque was in was not a nice neighborhood, so all of the windows have bars on them. Um, but she couldn't get out of her house, and so a few of us spoke to our husbands about it and said, maybe you should go talk to Waleed and tell him, let his wife have tea with us. Like, what's the problem here? And they got into a fight. I don't know, you know, the windows were drawn, door shut. You could kind of hear them, glass breaking, things being knocked around in their house. And then after that, we just kind of left it alone because we got her in trouble basically just by saying, we would like to have tea with her. She's quite sweet, and I don't really understand why she's being locked in her house. Um, but you're allowed to do that. That's the thing. A husband can lock his wife in his house, and um, if he feels that she is disobedient or may be disobedient, he can lock her up. And the most bizarre thing about that situation was the way that she just accepted it. Um, he would very brutally beat her repeatedly, and she would just very passively take it and never fought back and never, she would cover her head and face, and tell him, don't hit me in the face, that's haram, don't hit me in the face, that's haram. But that's the most that she would do. It's the most that self-protection she would do. um, so we kind of, I got panicky because that's a hell of a thing to see, and it was worse to see this happen and nobody did anything. The men just were like, well, that's his wife. He deals with her how he deals with her. That's not your business. So I'm like, but he's kicking the shit out of her. Like, that should be everybody's concern because she's being horribly abused. I mean, she seemed very young. I would put her at 16, 17 maybe, not much older than that. The weird thing about her, she was a US citizen. She grew up here, but she had been raised Muslim. So she was married off to some guy. They were married before I came there. So she must have been 15 maybe when she got married to this guy. But she just accepted it. She was extremely passive about it. And so, that time passed and we kind of like let things, settle down. And after about a year, well, no, it was about 6, 7 months, close to a year. Um, they got a, phone. Waleed and Sarah Noor got a phone. And she, this was the incident that kind of just was like, holy shit. This was my oh fuck moment, I guess. They had a phone. I don't know how long they had it, whatever. She had family. Her family was from Egypt. She was from here. I think she was born here and had grown up in Egypt. I'm not really sure because we weren't really allowed to talk to her that much. She answered the phone thinking that the unavailable call was from her family out of country. So she answered it, and it was a man, calling to sell something. It was a telemarketer. So she didn't say more than hello, and she just handed the phone to her husband because that's what you do. If it's a strange man on the phone, you don't talk. You hand the phone to your husband. That's it. So she did, what she was supposed to do. And because she answered the phone without knowing who it was, he was beating her really badly. And she was about 5 months pregnant. And they lived up on the, I think the third floor of the one, like actual, like kind of apartment building that was there. And he had her out on the balcony and was kicking her in the stomach and kicking her in the back and beating her in the head. And he picked her up and pulled her over the banister of the balcony and was holding her by her neck from the third floor balcony and calling her a whore and a slut and saying he was going to kill her and he was going to drop her and she wasn't worth anything to him and she's a shame. And it was just, I mean, all of the women that lived around were freaking out and were like screaming and yelling. And we, go to the imam's house and go get him. And he comes up and he rushes up to him and he's yelling at him, don't, brother, don't do this, brother. If you drop her, think about your mother, because his mother was here, getting, federal state funded medical care. And he kept saying, they'll take her medicine, they'll send her back. Don't do this, don't do this. for the sake of his mother, not because this was a bad thing to be doing in the first place, but because they would send his mother back to his home country. And so he spit in her face, and then because her hijab, she was in a kabi too, everything had just kind of fallen off. I mean, she was trying to like cover herself with her dress, and it was, she was just doing anything to try to like save her modesty from being exposed. And it was, her priorities in that situation were very disturbing. But um, he pulled her back over the balcony and slapped her a few more times. And um, the police were never called. I mean, that's the thing with these little cul-de-sac communities. These things happen, you know, every few weeks. There's a pretty brutal fight between, a husband and his disobedient wife. Nobody calls the cops. Nobody calls an ambulance. That doesn't happen. They'll call someone from the mosque who's a doctor, or somebody who's, in our case, we had a pharmacist who would come and deal with this. They'd call him up. He'd come over. If somebody's teeth were broken out, he'd basically just get pliers and yank the rest of the teeth out. If nose was broken, he'd get a stick and like set the nose. It was that kind of thing. You hid it. It was very, very hidden, and it's hidden by everybody there. So that was kind of my first like, oh fuck, I have to get out of here moment. Um, where that's when I started to formulate the plan. Like, no matter what happened, no matter what I believed, I didn't believe in this. This was evil. This was horrible, that this was allowed and defended and hidden. No one talked to him about it. No one yelled at him. He wasn't, when you live in a community around a mosque, you're sort of subject to your imam. If there's a mosque, there's Sharia law, because he's able to make rulings under Sharia law. So Waleed was never spoken to, like never yelled at, never reprimanded. Nobody treated him any differently the next day after seeing him brutally attack his young wife who was pregnant. Nobody did anything. No one responded to that. And it was, to me, there was no more lying to myself about what was going to be acceptable and what wasn't going to be acceptable anymore. Um, so I kind of started to try to make a plan and build inroads and try to get back into contact with my family, because I wasn't allowed to talk to them because they weren't Muslim. So you're supposed to limit or eliminate entirely contact with even family if they're kafar, unless they convert, and then you can talk to them. My mom, sneaky as she is, just basically said I converted, so I could start talking to her again, which was spectacular of her. But I managed to get back into contact with her. I hadn't talked to her in almost a year because I wasn't allowed to. Um, she told me, where my sisters were living, because I found out that my sisters were less than 10 miles away from me, and I didn't even know because I couldn't talk to them. So I got into contact with them, and it's kind of weird. You have to be very stealthy. Like, I would borrow cell phones in the bathroom at the mosque from other girls, to call my mom or to call my sisters. And we started to sort of get a plan together so that I could go, because I knew if I ran, they were going to come after me. That's kind of the thing. When you leave Islam, you don't walk away. You don't say, I don't want to be part of this. I'm just going to leave. And they're going to go, oh, okay, that's fine. They don't do that. They like, um, they'll stalk you. They'll find out where you live. They'll break into your house. When I was out for 3-4 months, got an apartment, managed to get a car. My family helped me to try to get a car and a place to live and to, establish myself. And I went to work and I came home. My apartment had been broken into and everything smashed. And, um, Allahu Akbar was spray painted on my door and on my walls and on my window, and um, various swears in Arabic. And that's the kind of crap you have to put up with. Then I went to work, and when I came back out of my job on my break. My car windows had all been smashed and my tires had been slashed. And it was it was really terrifying because they were never there, but you knew it was them. Sometimes they were really obvious about it, and sometimes not. Sometimes it would just your tires would just be slashed, every couple of days, or they'd they'd see you like somebody that recognized you or knew who you were. Because I was kind of wishy-washy about the niqab because sometimes it's just impractical. Like if you're trying to go to a restaurant, you can't eat. You just have to watch everybody else eat. So I would sometimes, among very close friends or family, I would not wear it all the time. And um, someone had recognized me in the line at Starbucks and came up behind me and said, "I know who you are. Don't think you're safe now." And in Arabic, which scared like it triggers me to this day. I freak out if I hear Arabic because I realize that not everybody who speaks Arabic is a Muslim, but it's scary when it's been used as like a code language to threaten you, and so other people can't understand you. So that's weird, but it sucked, and I had to move again. And I ended up having to move over 150 miles away from this place just to be out of the community. I had to change my name. I couldn't have like my address. I couldn't own anything. I couldn't even be on a lease. I would have to like live with somebody and they'd have to be on the lease. I mean, you really have to kind of go off the grid and you can't live openly because as long as they're looking for you, they're looking for you. And that's even now, I can't really be fully open. Like I have a Facebook, but that's not my real name. It's not my real hometown. It's not the real place I live, because they make you put all that information in. The phone number is not my phone number. It's that kind of thing. You have to live that way because they will look for you. And if somebody, I mean, the thing you have to understand is if you offend somebody who is Muslim, you've dishonored them and they have to recover their honor. And if the only way to recover their honor is to kill you, they won't stop trying to kill you. Um, did you see the model in Pakistan who was killed by her brother? Do you know who I'm talking about? Kidil, what's her name?
I don't know who that is.
She was a model. She was Kidil. I think it's Balak, maybe. Um, she was killed by her brother for dishonoring the family. Um, and it was, I mean, he was very clear. He's proud of killing her. It was an honor killing. He did it on purpose. It wasn't, he knew. But when people say, "Oh my God, this is so shocking," I'm going to put it in the chat. I don't know if it'll let me, but I'll try it. Yeah, I won't do it. It was he's not ashamed of it. He's proud of it. He's in his mind saved the honor of his family and himself. And he, that the honor thing is it's first of all, it's a total misnomer. It's not really an honor killing because you're not saving any honor by doing this, but it's in his view, he did absolutely the absolute right thing. There's no, you know, totally 100% according to Islam. Yes, he absolutely 100% did absolutely the right thing. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. She shamed him. And in order to recover his honor, he had to eliminate that which shamed him. That's it. And so he did. And he couldn't understand why anybody would be upset by that, essentially. He, let me see if I can, oh crap, if I can read it to you. Kandil, Qandeel, what's her name? But her brother Wasim claims that having his friend share her pictures and video clips was too much for him and killing his sister was a better option than killing himself. Both adored and reviled. Kandil, who was married Sunday, referred to herself as a modern day feminist. and had nearly 750,000 followers on Facebook. Um, her brother said, "Girls are born to stay home and follow traditions. My sister never did that." So that's how seriously they take the, staying in the lines when it comes to honor and what's expected of you. Um, so she doesn't. Her brother, he did Islamically, he did his duty. It's not even an issue. Like you her mother and father say, "Oh, we're so upset about it," et cetera, et cetera. But it's it Islamically, it's 100% allowed. I mean, as far as they're concerned, she was a disobedient daughter and a shame to her family. So it's you have to kill her because there's no other way for you to recover your honor. And that's kind of the thing when you actually in Arizona, we had I think it was Iranian. He had a 20-year-old daughter who had a boyfriend, and he ran her down with his car and killed her. Um, this was the same guy who, had been reported for locking her in her room for months at a time and basically giving her adult diapers and very little food. And like she was basically in her room with a Quran and water, to make her more Muslim because she was dishonoring him by having a boyfriend and by trying to get education and things that like he just couldn't cope with. And that's kind of the thing is it's when you have this culture that is based on a belief system and a structure of life that is absolutely intolerant of change or adjustment, it's going to begin to conflict with the external world. If like if you look at Saudi Arabia, I mean, they still have public beheadings, but they, well, basically they own Twitter. They have social media. They have all of this stuff. They have all of this technology and advancement, and they choose to live as though they do not. And that's something that people need to, I think, consider, especially when they're talking about open immigration and things like that, is you're bringing in people who have already, they're adhering to a belief system that has already had multiple attempts at reformation, and those reformers and the Reformation movements have all been squashed. And because it is the duty of every Muslim to uphold the tenets and beliefs of Islam 100% and without fail. So even if, like I said, in my case, when I was a true believer, I would have hurt you. I wouldn't have felt bad about it either. And it's very weird to be in this position and state of mind that I am now and say that. Yeah, when I was a 23-year-old woman, I would have bashed your head in with a rock if you would have said something bad about Muhammad, and I would not have cared that I killed you. I would have been more concerned about going to prison, and that would have been it. But I would have definitely 100% felt like it was my duty to somehow make you suffer for it, because you can't allow that. It's you can't do it. It's just I mean, I don't know how to explain it. There's not really a whole lot of rationale behind it, except that we're Muslims, so we're better than everybody else, and everybody else needs to respect us or kill them. And it's not even. It's so weird to say it because it seems so foreign to me now, and it was so familiar to me then. To
Yeah,
say, just to have been somebody who would have killed somebody over something that stupid is ridiculous.
yeah, one of the things that you said that really stuck out to me is kind of like how you had, I think it was your second husband who would
Mhm,
pull you by your hair, and how he
mhm,
would was physically violent to you, but he really wanted to date you because he saw you as a green card, even though in America our Western values are against that type of behavior towards women. I mean, if you act like that towards the women in the U.S., people can't arrest you fast enough.
well, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I will give the Irie Cuckoo Nail guy is he did expose something that people forget. And that's, when he smacks a non-hijabi American woman, he gets tackled and has to go, we're filming, it's, don't kill me. But when she's wearing a hijab, he can slap her around all day and nobody gets involved. And this is here in the US. So, I mean, stop and think about that kind of way that we try to avoid getting involved in this thing that we don't really understand and everybody tells us that we need to be sensitive of. That's the reality, and it's even worse when you're a niqabi, and that's like where your whole face is covered. Some have the open eyes. I didn't have that. I wore the 3 panel veil, um like the Saudi, like you can't see me. um my daughter calls it the like hefty brand ninja suit. Because I did look like a garbage bag walking around. I hate to say it, but I did. I have pictures of me and I just look like this black form standing there next to someone. But um it's it's very easy to hide that abuse, and I think that's why a lot of women choose it, and it's not really because they're going to be more holy or submissive or pious. It's because they get the shit kicked out of them so much that they really don't want to show it. um so it's easier. Most of the women that I knew that wore the niqab wore it basically for that reason, because they were missing several teeth from having. I myself am missing 4 from getting kicked in the face. Thankfully they're not in the front, but it's they were missing, like, their front teeth would be gone, so they'd wear the niqab because it covered that, those the truth of their abuse, or they would have cuts or scratches on their face or something like that. And so it was just easier to hide it than to answer questions about it. And when, like I said, when you're a niqabi, you disappear to everyone. You don't exist to Westerners. They'll kind of look at you, but they don't approach you, talk to you, or in any way treat you like you exist, because the rules are so kind of iffy on that that they're just there. It's better to just avoid it altogether. And you don't want to get caught talking to anybody anyway. So you avoid talking to people as much as possible. It's very isolating. It really is. Just because people don't understand that when you're wearing the niqab, it comes with a set of behaviors. Like you can't touch or speak to a man who's not allowed for you, which makes, like I said, very simple things like going to the grocery store, going to the post office, ordering food at a restaurant. It just, everything is inhibited by this. And it's very frustrating. But, if you're hiding something, you don't want to be defiant in any way about it, really. You really only talk to defend yourself if you're being accused of something unfairly. That's trying to remember. There's very specific times when you can speak, and the way that you speak is also dictated. You have to speak loudly and clearly and without any affectation of femininity. So basically, you have to yell at the person, and it's things like that to make clear that you're not receptive to this person's kindness or whatever. It's a lot of bullshit rules. It's very antithetical to my southern upbringing because it's very hard to not be polite and go out of your way to be polite and be as nice as you can. It's just, I'm well, you're southern,
Yeah.
it's like, it's just so hard not to say please and yes ma'am and yes sir, and it's just being nice to people, but you can't do that. So it took me a long time to kind of train myself out of that. And the time it took got a lot shorter when I started getting smacked around for it, I'll tell you that. But it's, you never leave the house really, so, and when you do, you're monitored. So for him to be able to just grab me by my hair to get my attention, it's that was always in the house. Nobody ever saw that. It wasn't a big deal. um I I mean, it wasn't a big deal outside of us. Like I was like, shit, I have to get out of here, because he was fine with me until he found out I couldn't get him a green card, and that's when it kind of went from like we might bicker over a few things to actual like physical violence, because I was basically no longer of use. and that's kind of why it went there. But and then while he was immediately shopping for a new wife, and had his mother had lined up, a 13-year-old cousin in the homeland, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, 13. So, and I had to go with him to go basically review his prospective 13-year-old first cousin bride that his mother had set up for him. And that was really, that's kind of when I saw it go full tilt, I guess. This I didn't see it. I saw the aftermath of it. This guy had gotten into an argument with his wife. I believe that it was because he wanted to divorce her and pay her alimony and get um a fifth wife. So he wanted to divorce his first wife, and because you can only have four wives. Um so he wanted to divorce his first wife so he could marry this 12 or 13-year-old girl. That's still really common among Muslim communities to get married, as girls can get married, and live with their husbands when they're 9. They actually have a rite of passage for that in Iran. When you turn 9, you officially become a woman, whether you have officially become a woman or not, and you're able to be married off, and you can go live with your husband. So in more rural areas, the age for marriage is younger and younger, but they also die an awful lot in childbirth. But he had wanted to marry. I want to say she was like the daughter of one of his cousins or something like that. I didn't speak Hindi, so it was or Urdu, so I couldn't really follow very well what was going on. Um, but he got into a fight and he took a hatchet and cut his wife to pieces in the street. And there was a lot of screaming and commotion about it, but it wasn't, I was in my house. I had to stay inside, so I didn't know what was going on really. I thought maybe there were people fighting, like two guys fighting or something like that. And it wasn't until after he had killed her, he just left. He just walked away, and her, hacked pieces of her body are like scattered all over the street. And the a few women went and got some of the burial sheets and kind of went around, you know, picking up pieces of her body and putting them in this burial sheet, and kind of carried it off into somebody's house, and that was it. And about a week later, he was married to this 13-year-old girl, and I was like, holy shit. It's kind of when you're trapped in that situation, you can't get out. You sort of learn to just keep mum and keep your opinions to yourself. Um, so it was, to be honest, probably just the way that people just walked away and went on about their business, like, oh well, dead lady, and they just left her body in the street. It just, to me, there's something so repellent in the disregard for her life and the way that she, you know, the way her body was collected like she was garbage. It was, I don't know, it was like a horrible dream you could not wake up from. And that, what that kind of coupled with the other things that I had to see and deal with, it just, the brutality of it and the way that that brutality is accepted and encouraged. And it's not encouraged through the culture, it's encouraged through the religious system, which I think people fail to see. you know they think that it's, oh, this is a cultural thing. Well, they have that culture because they have those beliefs that are rooted in this system. The culture didn't make the religion made the culture, which, to me, I think that kind of makes it difficult for people to comprehend, especially in the West, where we tend to value Enlightenment values and we don't really understand concepts like that, as like, honor killings are something that's totally foreign to us. Why would you ever do that to your daughter? You know, but to them, this is the only way to save their honor. Is, to this girl has dishonored the family, and the only way to restore the honor of the family is to kill the thing that dishonors it. And so they do, and it's something that we they weren't even still doing this shit in medieval times, you know. If you got knocked up in medieval times, it was like, well, time to send you to the monastery, I guess, off to the convent with you. Common. It was really uncommon, even in, you know, thinking about our Western sensibilities. How long has this behavior been uncommon? How far removed are we from this in our own societal development that this wasn't a thing that you did? I mean, pagans did it, but that was, you know, around like 1000 AD and a little after, and you really didn't see it that much more after that. And so I think for us, it's kind of, we've been so far removed from these extraordinarily tribalistic and primitive concepts for so long that it's it's so distant from us to even make the consideration for something as brutal as cutting off someone's hand if they steal. Um, it's something like, well, I guess you know, that kind of thing is sort of medieval. So people were drawn and quartered, and I'm sure in some places may still be. Um, but you know, when was the last time you had a Western country as a state, you know, behead someone? It was, you know, World War II in Germany. They, you know, used the guillotine on the resistance, but that's about it, you know. And it wasn't for stuff like being alone with someone of the opposite sex outside of marriage, you know. It wasn't something like that. We would see that as very pitiful, you know, things of that. I don't know. It gets hairy when you start talking about it, but we don't we don't look at things like family honor as something to be upheld and guarded with such veracity, or voraciousness, not veracity. Sorry. um, we don't concept, and so I think that's what makes it so difficult for us to comprehend, because we have this idea that because other places have adapted to modernization much better, like South America, for instance. You know, they're not where we are, but they're happy to adapt. Um, we don't get that there is a culture that's so far removed from all of our beliefs and values. So it just, we think, why wouldn't anybody want? It's sort of an arrogance. Oh, sorry, my dog's barking. Is sort of an arrogance that we have where we don't understand. We assume everyone is like us. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
We just assume that they will think the same as us and they have the same references, you know, cultural references as us, and they will understand from us. But it's so far removed. Amazonian tribesmen are more apt to accept westernization than, let's say, just, I don't know, a Yemeni. You know, they're going to stay away from the West because if you've been taught that everything Western is evil and from Satan and an agent of Satan, you're going to avoid it as much as you can. And that's kind of where they're coming from. It's not that they don't understand that this is technological advancement and the world is moving and whatever. They feel oppressed by the world because it moves, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, oh, go ahead.
No, we were just having a conversation earlier about the Amish who seem to somehow live in the 1800s and they're fine with it. You know, the world moves and they don't feel oppressed by it, you know, and they can live separate and be religious, and, you know, they don't assault anybody and they don't kill anybody and they don't mass murder anybody. So there you go.
Yeah,
It's
so just to be clear, I'm just trying to sum up everything you said. So men from or Muslim men try to marry Western women for a green card, and the reason why they think it would work, even though our Western values are contrast to theirs, it's because as long as a woman is completely covered and separated from their family, they feel as though they could get away with the violence. And the reason why they want a green card is because they want to spread the word of Islam.
Well, they want to have a mutually beneficial relationship. They want to do dawa, that's sort of like spreading Islam. Um, and they also want to bring you to Islam. So if you're not Muslim beforehand, they'll try to convert you. I mean, it's all about trying to convert you. Um, and if they can't convert you, then you're an automatic enemy. So it's sort of like very, very much you're either with us or against us, and that's very much the attitude. So for all that wishy-washy leftist horseshit that they spew every time, one, somebody kills a ton of people, because I mean, it's getting to the point now where you hear something happen and you don't even second guess it anymore. You know, you already know who did it. You don't even think about it, and then you're surprised when it's not a Muslim. You're like, oh wow, that's okay, because it's so common. And like I said, that attitude toward violence and disdain for everything else that isn't fully Islamic is is grown from birth all the way up. Um, you have little kids will tell you, what are Jews? Oh, they're pigs and dogs. Never met a Jewish person in their life. Most of them don't even know that they're human beings because they've never met one. They don't know. They think that Jews are sort of like this weird combination of a pig, a dog, and a monkey because they're little kids. So they're already dehumanized in their minds from such a early age. And that even after they find out, oh, this is like these are people, that's still perpetuated. And it takes a kid who is born to think critically, just born for it to doubt that and to deny it. And they exist. There are millions of non-Muslims in Muslim countries who hide the fact that they're not Muslim because they will be killed for it, and they know that, so they stay hidden. You know, but that's why I feel like it's kind of incumbent upon me as an ex-Muslim in a free country to talk about it, to be open about it, to try to inform people as much as I can about what really goes on and how this is this is a parallel society that exists within your own society that you just don't realize, you just don't see it because like I said, wherever there's a mosque, there's an imam, and wherever there's an imam, there is Sharia. It's already there. And you have to see that just because it's on a smaller scale, or you think that they only deal with marital laws or religious matters, you're fooling yourself because they deal with everything else, and they will adjudicate cases, and they will enact, as close to Sharia punishment as they can without getting in trouble. They will amend it so that they don't attract attention to it. If that makes sense, they kind of they do their best to fly under the radar, you know, um, to avoid being discovered. Like over here, if one Muslim steals something from another Muslim, um, okay, they won't cut off your hand. That's going to be kind of obvious. It's hard to hide that, right?
Yeah.
So what they will do is they'll trade you lashings, or you can pay them. But it depends on how small the Muslim community is there. And it depends on, like, if you live in a small town and you have a small Muslim community, everybody knows each other. So if somebody's acting weird, uh, they're limping, people are going to ask what happened, you know? So it's sort of like living in an abusive relationship that everyone participates in. It's the best way I could put it. It's psychologically abusive, it's emotionally abusive, it's most definitely physically abusive, and everyone participates in it, and everyone also covers it. And everyone is a victim of it. And that's sort of, to one degree or another, more or less a victim, but that's what it is. it's an abusive relationship. And I don't know if you've ever just read like a pamphlet on, knowing when you're in an abusive relationship or identifying abusive behavior in a partner. You start to realize that this is the entire religion and everyone in it very quickly. It's scary, the similarities, actually.
What is your opinion on these like Muslim news stories where it's kind of like a Muslim saves a bunch of Christians, or a Muslim guy is labeled a hero because he saved all these Christians, or women, Muslim women sharing their, I think it's called a habib, I'm not sure, so that Christian women could cover their faces, so that Christian women could pass for Muslims, and
Hijabs. What? Well, under Islam, these are traitors. You don't do that. Like that could, that for right now, if they're trying to make it look good, they'll publicize that. That's gonna, yeah. Look how good we are. Look how humane we are. Um, but you're actually, I mean, it says right there in the second book of the Quran, take neither Christians or Jews for your friends. So you're not supposed to do that. If they're gonna die, and they're Christian and Jew, you're supposed to let them. You're not supposed to save them. You're not supposed to help them. You're not supposed to be friends with them or trade with them or um, really have any dealings with them at all. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's inherent in the religion to separate yourself and to isolate Muslims from everyone else. There was a period. I don't know if you know who Tariq Fatah is or Raheel Raza. They're reformers, but they grew up in a time when Islam, I mean, they grew up in a very liberal time as far as Islam goes. So their perception of it is this is not my religion, all of this craziness, but that is their religion when it's taken to its ultimate outcome and its full adherence. When we say fundamentalist Christians, we're not talking about people who are actually fundamentalists. We're talking about people who have taken something and twisted it because they're angry. When you talk about a fundamentalist Muslim, they are absolutely 100% adhering to the fundamental beliefs, doctrines, and principles of Islam. They're not twisting anything. They're not taking anything out of context. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're doing exactly what Muhammad did. That's why you might have an imam give, a flowery, lovely little sermon about love and tolerance based on one verse of a Quran, but you have ISIS make a freaking beheading video where they're reading an entire chapter to you. So really, who's cherry picking are these, supposed moderates who are trying to make Islam palatable to their human sensibilities. But it's the same thing. This makes Islam look good, therefore propagate it, but you know, publicize these few instances. But it's it's more like it's good PR is really what it is. That's it. It's just good PR, and they'll use it. But these people that do these things, they're not respected. When I was underground, um, the women who helped me, who were outwardly Muslim, they were not respected. They couldn't be married. They couldn't, their husbands wouldn't have that. It's that kind of thing where if you even just try to do something good, you can't, like, how Christians will say, like, oh, I'm so sorry you're sick. I'll pray for you. It's a nice thing to do, even if it's basically useless. Their intentions are good and their heart is in the right place and they're just trying to help you. In Islam, you can't pray for someone's health. You can't pray for someone after they're dead. You can't pray for their family. All that you can pray for when you pray for someone in Islam is for them to convert and become Muslim. After Orlando, when they did that big, obvious PR stunt of everybody, praying in the park for the Orlando victims, that was total bullshit because you're not allowed to do that. That's haram. You cannot pray for the kafir. You can only pray for them to become Muslim. And once they're dead, well, whatever happens to them, that's the will of Allah. Done. And so to me, it just kind of pissed me off because it was such, from my perspective, an obvious and blatant play for good press, doing something that they knew was against Islam in order to basically fool people into thinking that they were, basically just like Christians. They're gonna take care of you, shit like that. Um, it's a lie. I mean, it really, really is a lie. But it to me it was so frustrating. It was so frustrating to see that. But um, Muhammad said, "Jihad is deceit." He said that, so they know that they're allowed to lie to you and manipulate you and say whatever they want for the cause of Islam. Like a lot of
Like
people,
that's how Muslims are like that.
yeah.
So
But
Muslims under every shooting and under every bombing, it's like under every mass shooting bombs, you can be sure that you're gonna get here. Not all Muslims are like that, and you're just Islamophobic.
yeah, well, I mean, if you're Islamophobic, good for you. You have a healthy sense of self-preservation. You should be. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, it's it's an ideology that fuels people who want to kill you, and the whole ideology is about subjugating you, killing you, and taking your shit. I mean, that's if you just read it, like let's say you were reading it as the writings of a historical figure. The first thing you would figure out is that he created a religion in order to conquer other people and take their stuff. There's even in the Quran, there's verses of basically like, whatever war booty you get, you give me some. And it's a verse of the Quran that's like like that's the basis of the verse is, why didn't you give me my cut of your war booty from Muhammad? Like the to the prophet goes this, X percentage. And it's, I get a cut of everything that comes in. So he is, I mean, he's what we would call the mafia don. He gets a piece of everything that comes through. And that's kind of the thing, is when you have the hierarchy, or you have like these groups like Al Qaeda, ISIS, FSR, all those guys, they have a guy on top who gets a piece of everything. And that's kind of why they will fight between each other. But the point I think that people miss with this shit all the time, with the all the skirmishes in the Middle East and et cetera, is every Muslim wants a caliphate because they want an Islamic state, because they want Islam to rule the entire world. And that's the whole point of it, is to take over the world and make the whole world Muslim. And you have your useful idiots that you tell them this is, for the love of God, that, it's, yes, you have to behead little kids and things like that. But, it's because it's all for the good. It's for the greater good. I think that's the biggest lie we've ever been told. Evil for the sake of good is still evil. It's not less evil because you have a good intention behind it. It's still evil. And that's something that people fail to recognize. They want to rationalize their evil actions and say that they are good. And that is how every truly evil empire has begun. Communism became that, that's how that started. And it went to shit. The same thing with the Enlightenment, which everybody loves, but the Enlightenment gave us Robespierre. It goes to shit because you're allowing evil things to be done in the name of this amalgamous, undefined greater good. And it never gets there because all evil is okay. And it all becomes about moral relativism. And it becomes all about, it almost turns into like a do what you feel kind of thing, where whatever you feel is right for the goal, you can do it. And so all actions are valid, all evil is valid. And that's why morality is not relative. It's perhaps relative to a culture, but you know everybody agrees that killing is wrong. When you start to say, yeah, killing is wrong, but it's okay in this instance for this positive outcome, you've already gone to a place. You've already started to muddy the moral water there with relativism. And that's something that it really bothers me, because if it's okay to, kill this person, okay, well, that person basically kind of did something bad, but that person over there did something that's maybe a little bit worse. So it's okay to kill them too. And then those people kind of were on their side. So they're accessories. So it's okay to kill them. And the web, of I want to say the tent of who can be killed is ever expanding. When you start to allow it as a way of preserving good within a culture or society or a religion. And so that's where we've kind of come with this whole we're kind of coming face to face with the reality of what happens when you rationalize brutality under the guise of goodness. And we're seeing it a little bit here in the West too, because we've kind of gone full tilt to that way where, I mean, like if you look at just Black Lives Matter, they started out, we have a problem here with the way young Black men are treated in the United States. Okay, let's look at that. So we look at the numbers, and the numbers don't support the assertion. So you start to try to find the problem, like why are young Black men seeking lives of crime? What are the things that go into this? And you start to try to find the root of the problem, and you realize that the root of the problem is the cultural belief system that is established. And it's not only endemic to Black America, which actually it's not even really endemic to Black America. It's more like it's endemic to inner city culture, that develops over not having fathers in the home and mistaking things like gang membership as masculinity and things like that, um, because you have an advanced number of fatherlessness in homes. And but that's not prevalent through all of Black society, which is kind of like it's an issue for you if it's an issue for you. Otherwise, it doesn't really apply. You know what I mean? But using something arbitrary like race to bring you, to make you feel like you have to support something, and even when you don't, like I was noticing, like Pat and Adonis and even Omar, who is Somali, by the way, saying, I don't agree with Black Lives Matter. And they call him a coon. He doesn't know what the hell that means, by the way. I had to explain it to him after it was explained to me because I'd never heard it. But you're ousted, you're ostracized, you're treated like crap. It's not because you don't identify with the cause, it's because you say you have within yourself the power to change this and you choose not to. And that is in our culture right now, personal responsibility it's become hate speech. You can't say that. And so when you have um, Islam coming over and you have moral relativism, and on top of that, you have people saying, well, um, you know, you're okay, everybody's okay, we're all the same, and you're not recognizing these differences that people have and that are inherent to them. They just operate on a different level and think in a different way, and not recognizing that and being reticent to face the reality that people aren't all the same is what's causing so much fracturing right now. Is one of the things that I noticed just in discussing, it's the same with Muslims, it's the same with feminists, and it's the same with Black Lives Matter. It's this like total lack of comprehension that anybody else could think differently than how you think. And it's just sometimes the idiocy is jarring to the point where even I'm like, am I a crazy person? But it's the same. They have a script that they just repeat, and every time you ask them for follow-ups, they just keep vomiting the same script, and it never changes. And if you try to ask deeper and deeper questions, they it only gets to a certain point and then they run out because they haven't looked at it themselves, they haven't investigated it, they haven't done the research or read up on things or anything like that. They've just heard it. It made them feel good to feel like they should be part of it and support it, and so they did, and then they never thought of anything else. And thank you, oh, that's really nice. um and so they just latched on to this thing, and decided that it was right and good, and without really looking at it and dissecting it and investigating it. And that's, I think, one of the problems I have with emotional decision making is that it's just going to lead you to a bad place really quickly.
Have you ever done anything as a Muslim that you regretted doing?
Yeah. Um, I I kind of here's how it works. Like the you'll get pulled into stuff and you won't even know what's going on. They don't really tell you things, which I don't like. But what happened was some ladies came. Um, I wasn't married anymore. I had split up with the Indian guy and was trying to figure out how to get the hell out. And he had actually moved me out of state away from my family. And so I was going to try to figure out how to get back to them. And these ladies came to our house and they kept saying, "Sister, sister, we need another woman. We have." They kept, the kind of language that they use is weird. It's like, we need to prepare this girl, and we can't have any men there. And I thought we were supposed to be helping somebody get ready for their wedding, because usually, especially with Pakistanis, they're very, they observe purdah like big time. There's a massive separation of men and women, and they have like ritual washing and things that are left over from their Hindu culture, that are things that only women do. Like, they wash their hair with milk, and they'll do like a sugar and honey body scrub and things like that before your wedding night. And it's, not, it's definitely Hindu culture, but don't tell them that, they get very upset about it. Uh, but I thought that that's what we were doing because I had done it before, like helped prepare someone for their wedding. And so she kept saying, "Come, sister, we need another woman." And I was like, "Oh, okay, all right," because they kept saying we need to prepare her for today, like there was a big event, and they don't really smile or laugh that much anyway, which is kind of why I didn't really catch on right away. Because when you're missing teeth and stuff, you're not going to be real smiley. But they took us to, it was like one of those kind of cheap 99-cent store type deals, that was owned by one of the Pakistani families at the mosque. And I didn't really know why we were there. I thought maybe she was getting ready there, because in the tradition of the subcontinent, the bride prepares, and then goes to the place of marriage, and then the groom prepares, and like he might ride a horse in or something like that. And it's a big production. So I thought that's what we were doing, and we got there, and I don't know, I thought that they just used it because it was like free to help her get ready there. So I had grabbed like my wedding jewelry, thinking that's what we were doing, is because you never know, you might need a tika, you don't know. So I'm going over there to like help this girl get ready for her wedding. And we go over there, and it's just this very terrified little girl, and I didn't really know what was going on. And they locked the doors to the back room and like bolted them. And there is a like metal table in the middle of the stock room that had been cleared off, and the place was closed. It was at night, but they had her in the bathroom office area in the back of the store, and she had to be stripped. And she had a sheet in front and a sheet on the back, and we had to hold the sheet closed and take her to this table and lay her on the table, and basically hold her down and hold the sheet over her so that her uh, modesty was not, or yes, her modesty was protected. And they beat her with, it's a miswak, it's a whip. When they tell you that, oh, it's a toothbrush, no, it's not. It's a rather large whip, like a willow branch. And we're holding this girl down, and I'm just shaking and trying to be distant, and I know I can't run because I'm locked in here. And I think that was the worst part, is I wanted to scream and run, but I was stuck here. And this girl, she screamed for a couple of minutes, and then well, she didn't really scream. She tried hard not to scream. It's really difficult, but she kind of whimpered, I guess, rather loudly, like she was trying to stifle a scream. And then um, she just passed out. Um, they did, I think for her it was 49 lashes. No, it was 39 lashes plus one, and so it's 40 altogether. And I her father was there. I knew him, and he was cheering along with everybody else. It was like watching a bare knuckle boxing match in a basement somewhere, except it wasn't. It was like the crowd was responding like that, like they were cheering and screaming, and it was hot, and they were jumping around, and there was a lot of noise, and she was just here laying on this table being hit by the imam, and the dissonance in me to see her father there, crying tears of joy that his daughter was suffering this because his honor was protected. That that's the worst thing that I did, and I still hate that I did it. I hate that I didn't understand what was going on because I didn't speak the language. So I really didn't understand what was going on. And I found myself in this situation where I was assisting in exacting Sharia law in fucking America. Okay. It wasn't people were hiding abuse. This was actually, she had been in front of an imam, she had been judged. He had offered her up to do this. She maintained her innocence the whole time. She'd been accused of kissing a boy. Um, and she had said that she was innocent. She accepted the punishment in order to save her father's honor, and this is happening in America. Like, that was just the realization that this happens over there, it doesn't happen over here. You realize it shouldn't be happening here, and you're participating in it, and you can't escape. You're locked in, you're surrounded by ecstatic men. It was so bizarre. I don't even know how to. I couldn't describe it. It's You looked around and it was really like a crowd watching Fight Club. If you remember that movie, that's what it was like. And it was, I'm looking at this girl and she's just falling to pieces but I don't know, it was so weird. She just accepted it. And she wasn't crying about it. It was just part of it was just what it was. And I was looking around. I'm just, I don't know how this happens. And it was just so weird. And I, I couldn't run. I didn't, I'm looking at the other women and they're very passive. They're just very passive about it. This is just what it is. This is how it happens. And I couldn't believe it. And like, I felt like I was the only one who wanted to like just grab this girl and run. And they, once they were done, they kind of all dispersed and they went and had tea and shit. And the women are sitting there like, trying to wash her back and wake her up and things. And it was just, it, I wanted to be anywhere else but there. I really did. And I thought I was going to help somebody get ready for their wedding, and that's what it turned into. And it just happened so fast. It was just so fast. There was no time to escape. There's no way to, you couldn't get out, you couldn't run. You knew you were surrounded, you knew you weren't going to be able to run. So you had to passively participate in this atrocity. And everyone just seemed like it was fine with them. It was okay. This was the law of Allah, and he knows best. And that was just what it was. You know, nobody cared. And after these women are patching up this poor little girl who's now not going to be able to sleep on her back for God knows how long, um, they go and have tea over in their little corner by themselves. It was just the way that they would just accept this. I mean, you kind of hear like lashing and you don't like, it doesn't process to you what that is, I guess, or how bad that is. But when you see it in person, it's a lot different. It doesn't often break skin because they do put the sheet there for that reason. But it's when you see the aftermath of it and then you just stop and think, okay, in Saudi Arabia, this happens 100, 200 times a day to everyone, 15-year-old boys who, were playing the lute on the beach. They get this. And they don't have the luxury of having, any kind of uniformed procedure and covering. They just, rip their shirt off and start beating them right there, you know, for something as simple as music. We take these things for granted. You can walk down the street and hum a song if you want. You can't do that there. Um, it's it's just so different. It's so hard to wrap your mind around how different it is. But um, I know there's a awesome guy who sneaks video of the Vice of Virtue police out of Saudi Arabia and posted on YouTube, and he's had to jump countries, plenty of times to save himself because they don't want you to know what happens. And they don't want you to see, oh, there was, a 15-year-old boy who was accused of blasphemy, never proven. It was never proven. They just accused him of it, and they decided that he was guilty, even though he maintained his innocence the entire time, and there were no witnesses to this. There was just the accusation from some older man who said that he heard him say there is no Allah, and that was enough, and this child was beheaded.
Do you,
And that's it. I mean, can you imagine being a 15-year-old boy and somebody accused you, like lied about you? And it's not like they haven't just offended your honor and dignity and pride. They're going to get you killed for this.
beheaded?
I mean, and before that, prison. I mean, prisons in Saudi Arabia are absolute fucking shitholes. And this poor kid is in there and, terrified for his life. He's going to die. And I can't imagine, me being a teenager. I just like, it's so disjointed from everything that we know. And all I could think is this poor kid. Nobody even, there were no witnesses. There was just this old man that accused him. And he didn't even know this guy. It was like some guy that lived like, a few blocks away or something, just said that he heard him say this. And that was it. That was his death warrant. And I thought, Jesus Christ, can you imagine trying to live in that and being told your entire life that that is what is good and right and just, and it's worse everywhere else? Stop and think about that. You're told your entire life that as bad as it is here, it's so much worse everywhere else. Why would you even have hope to go anywhere else? It's just such a hopeless existence. It's just, I really feel lucky to have snapped out of it. I feel very fortunate that I was able to escape without having children in that. But I always think about everybody who's still there. I mean, that's what keeps me up at night. That's why I do what I'm doing. That's why I'm so public, is because there are so many people who can't be, if they even in America, you're not totally safe. And we think of this as like the land of freedom. You're really not free here, not in this situation. It's like, when you run from the mafia, you go into witness protection, right? You kind of have to do the same thing, except here, the government doesn't recognize Islam as being a kind of criminal organization that it actually operates as. It operates just like the mafia. And it's just, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I've been listening to you this whole entire time, and it sounds like you're telling a horror story, like that little girl being whipped here in America, like not off in Saudi Arabia, not off in Afghanistan, Pakistan, but this girl is being whipped right here in America. And it's like, really? I didn't think that something like this is happening in this country, because I mean, if people knew about it, they would be upset and angry, and they would want to do something about it. But one thing that I hate about feminism is that feminists regurgitate, not all Muslims are like that, or they're not the real Muslims, they're not the true Muslims. Islam is a religion of peace. So whoever are doing it, it's not the real true Muslims, because we have this LGBT Muslims, and feminists would show pictures of people who are Muslims and LGBT, and they're like, oh yeah, we're Muslims. And it's kind
Yeah. Well, and again, they'll allow it to go on because it's good propaganda for them. But it's like you have that freedom because you're somewhere where they'll still be in trouble for it. Um, so that's why it's as suppressed as it is, even though it really isn't that suppressed. It's more like they don't kill you, but that's about where it ends. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. But it's like nobody's really safe. You're only safe temporarily because their idea is that they absolutely will gain the upper hand and gain control. Um, so it's not. Um, they're just kind of biding their time and doing what needs to be done as far as they're concerned to make Islam more palatable um, in the West, so that you're more willing to accept it. It's really that's what it is. They don't really care. They don't care about you. They don't care about gays. They don't care about any of that. I mean, you might have a few people, a few Muslims who do because they are not really familiar with the way that Islam operates or how it views um, homosexuality, and that's why. Um, it's kind of I don't know. It's kind of they're willing to play coy for now, um, but they're not always going to. They are then they're going to pretend like it's an offense to them, that they're taking over, they're infringing upon their rights. Um, it's that kind of thing. It's they'll play nice until they can find an angle on playing the victim, and that's kind of what they've done in Europe. It's always been like, oh yeah, we just want to be like one of you, and then it's like, look how you don't respect our values. You know what I mean? It's gonna get worse here, and that's something I think people need to be aware of is you're kind of falling for the same game, and it sounds like a crazy conspiracy. That's the weirdest thing about being kind of coming from one side and going to the other is it's you sound like a nutter. You really do because you're like, no, trust me, it is a fully Islamic conspiracy to take over the world. That's crazy talk. That is the entire basis of this religion. It really isn't a religion. It is really a full and total. It's a book on how to conquer the world and exploit resources. That's really what it's about, and it's covered in the pretty facade of a religion, but ultimately it's a political system. And it's growing up Mormon, we call it spinning plates. They keep you busy worrying about other things so that you don't start asking questions. Well, in Islam, with Mormonism, they keep you busy with church activities. They need you to do this, they need you to do that. But with Islam, which is I think a much more efficient system, your life down to how you cut your fingernails is dictated, literally down to how you wipe your butt. It's dictated. So you're always worried that you're not doing the right thing. So it's just you live a life of constant torment from punishment from above for doing something as simple as like yawning. Like it's really weird because this is stuff that I wasn't exposed to until several years after I became a Muslim, and I thought this is like the most hysterical superstitious garbage I've ever heard. But no, it's all there in the hadith. I mean, it's not because you would think it was cultural superstition, um like I don't know, like they have like superstitious beliefs like in Mexico, like the chupacabra, so you sort of think of it like that, like it's okay, this is like the or the chichui or something, or kukui. It's like a little demon that comes in, exacts vengeance on bad guys and stuff like that. Oh, kukui. It's just stuff like that. That's a superstitious, crazy belief that you know some people believe in, but not a lot of people, and you leave it there. But in Islam, these crazy superstitions are absolute religion. So it's really kind of hard to take it seriously when you're trying to live that way. And they're like, if you don't say Bismillah when you yawn, Satan's gonna jump in your throat. Like, what? Wait, what? So, and you have to say Bismillah when you wake up because he's in your nose. Like, doesn't he have other things he could be doing besides living in my nose? Just saying. And if he's in my nose or down my throat, how can he be, making the world an evil place? I don't understand. But there's a lot of stuff like that where it's just, if you thought about it logically, it kind of, yeah. I mean, honestly, the superstitious stuff was kind of what caused me to go, yeah, I don't think this is true. um, that was kind of the seed of doubt, I guess. It was just sort of, it just didn't make any sense. Um, so it was kind of, yeah, I guess the superficial thing that kind of made me start to doubt, but I kind of freaked out that I was doubting it, and I think that's why I wanted to go like super Muslim, um, because I thought, well, they tell you like when you start to have doubts that that's the devil talking to you and trying to turn you away from Islam, so you have to become more religious to save yourself. Um, trying to do, but um, it's just funny. I don't know. It just
Yeah, we have
sorry.
something like that similar in Christianity. Like, if
Mhm.
you have doubts that God and Jesus is real, that's just the God, that's just the devil trying to trick and deceive you. You're being tested. You're being tested on your faith.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess to some degree, okay, I would understand that as far as like temptations, but something as dumb as if you don't like, I don't know, I'm sure that there are some. I mean, being from the South, I've heard a lot of kind of crazy stuff. But it's just like it's stuff that people have believed for a long time, or just like little superstitions and things like that. But I never had a Christian say, if you don't say the name of Jesus or whatever when you yawn, and then Satan's gonna jump down your throat and possess you. It's like, okay. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way, but all right, whatever. But it's that kind of thing where you're like, okay, whatever you say. It's just funny.
What do you think of the amazing atheist idea that we should have some FBI agents try to infiltrate some mosque? I think that's where Muslims go to. I think they go to mosque. Like how FBI tried to, infiltrate some mosque and like do them like they did the KKK and try to either like arrest them or deport them to just take action.
Um, they were doing that, and then people bitched the fuck out and they quit. Um,
Really?
Especially, yeah, they were doing it up until 2009, and people were freaking out and saying that it was biased and they were profiling, and yeah, and they quit.
Oh my goodness. So the FBI really was like keeping a watch and lookout for Muslims. But it was like,
Yeah, it was one of the joint things that they were doing with the I can't remember the article. I think it might have been a Reuters or an AP article. I can't remember. I usually just try to go to like the actual site instead of like CNN or whatever, so it's a little bit less filtered. Um, but yeah, they were doing a joint effort with the DHS, CIA, and FBI to basically just kind of do a survey of like what's being taught in mosques, and really the only way to do that is to go in undercover and listen. And that's what they were doing, and that's when they returned the various threats and concerns from certain mosques in certain areas like New York and New Jersey, especially Minnesota, Wisconsin, and places you wouldn't really think were very much of a threat as far as like, how many Muslims do you think live in Minnesota? Like, it's like, what? um, it's that kind of thing where it's like, it was a kind of a surprise, and then they screamed, racial profiling, stop you bigots, and so they basically got bullied into stopping because uh, the government got trashed by the media, so they restricted and then pulled funding for it and allocated it to different places, and they stopped doing it. But they were doing it before, and they had been doing it for a while just to kind of because we realized we had homegrown terrorists way back then. I think especially 9/11 was a big slap in the face. We had people here that were citizens, you know. People forget 9/11 wasn't people that, had never been here before coming to get us. It wasn't an attack like Pearl Harbor. It was an attack from within. You had American citizens, you had, people here on student visas, whatever. They were here legally. They had been in the country for a long time, or they were even, been here most of their lives, whatever, and they had somehow become radicalized. Okay, so now we needed to figure out why. And here it is 15 years later, and we're still dealing with the same problem. We were starting to have a good handle on it, but then everybody cried about it. So they had to quit. It was like, well, you wanted them to stop and then they stopped. So what do you expect?
And we stopped doing this in, you say, 2009.
I think that's what it is either. I want to say it was yeah, would have been after Obama came in. So the second time. So I think it was 2009 when he like reaffirmed his I'm going to close Guantanamo Bay, whatever. And um, oh, I can't remember what it was. He gave a speech where he had asserted some things, and they were discussing how far he had come with what he had promised before and things like that. And so so I think it was, yeah, I want to say it was 2009. It was really late. I mean, like it was a while after it had been going on. I trying to find it. I think it was the Joint Counterterrorism. I'd have to Google it, which I can't do because it'll kill my thing. Let me see if I can do it on my phone. It was a report. It was just a like let me see. It's Joint Counterterrorism. Um,
So does that mean that you are a Republican now?
no. I'm trying to. Okay, well, that's from this year, so I assume they release one every year because, yeah, I'd have to go back and look at it. But no, I'm not a anything. I've never been a anything. I was always considered myself to be fairly libertarian and basically liberal, and then after coming across coming across needing help from like various women's shelters and things like that, and not getting it because I was a Muslim, kind of taught me that the intentions and willingness to help are there as long as you're not interfering with protected group or aspect. And if you are, then they're just going to kind of be hands off and you're on your own, which isn't even really that uncommon. A lot of Muslim women who try to leave abusive marriages run into the same problem. In the U.S. anyway, I'm not sure about everywhere else, but the same problem where it's like they want to help and you're all good to go. It gets hairy because they're not really sure how to deal with you, so they just kind of don't, or they'll give you like this printout of other resources that aren't them. So you'll go to like a women's abuse shelter because you're being abused, and that's where you know to go because when you Google it, it tells you to go there, right? So you go, and they won't, not even a little bit, uh, try to help you. They just, oh, here's some other places to go because they don't want to get their hands dirty. They don't want to be involved in that because it's very, when it comes to funding and stuff like that, it's very sticky to be to get involved. You know, it's just kind of, I don't know. They don't want to get involved in something that's going to probably turn into a mess and could potentially make them look bad, or something like that. And then there's also they pretend that they don't, but they have the realization that this is a very well organized type of community situation. And like I said, we had they wouldn't call doctors, they wouldn't call, or they wouldn't call the police, they wouldn't call EMTs, they would call the goddamn pharmacist who went to the mosque to deal with stuff, to set broken bones, to give them drugs to help them heal and things like that. They and they called him the doctor, and these women didn't know. I mean, most of them weren't born here. They would have considered him just as much a doctor as any physician in the world, but that big group effort to kind of cover it up is also hard to break through. And then there's the issue of like invading somebody else's culture and trying to deal with that. And excuse me, it's the kind of, they don't want to get involved. I mean, they don't want to be involved in it. And that's really the biggest problem, you know, is that you need help and you can't get it because it's not socially acceptable to get it. Like, even gay Muslims, like if you're a gay teen Muslim, they won't touch you. Like, nope, they'll leave you where you're at. They don't really care, um, because it's, I don't know, it's preservation over their resource center or whatever over an individual. So I've seen them do that a lot actually, with especially with male gay teens. Like with girls, they kind of, depending on the culture, they just kind of look the other way about it. It's easier to hide. It's not considered to be as shameful because it's not specifically mentioned in the Quran as a sin. Um, but homosexuality between men is. And so, for some places, uh, it's it's okay. They're sort of a little more moderate about it, but it depends on the family. It depends on the culture. It depends on a lot of things. But I think, um, as far as like abuse and negligence and physical and emotional harm goes, I think probably gay guys have it as bad, if not worse, than uh, disobedient girls do. It's probably about the same, maybe, like I said, maybe worse, um, because the punishments are hidden even from each other. So, you know, like when we went to God, I hate to say it, assist with the slashing, I didn't know what was going on, and nobody knew it had happened. She was sick, quote unquote, sick with mono out of school, while she was healing. That's the kind of crap that happens all the time. It's really classic abuse behavior, but it's even hidden from each other. We don't see it unless it's in our face. And that was kind of, you know, it's it's hard. It's sticky for resources to deal with. Nobody really wants to get involved. There's way too much protection for it because it's viewed as a very much protected culture or area of society. It's just they don't want to get involved in it, so they just stay out of it as best they can. I ended up having to literally go to a Catholic church and plead sanctuary to
Wait,
to
really?
get out.
Really?
Yes,
You get a please church at a Catholic church, and that's how you got help?
yeah,
Really? Well,
yeah. It was these
that's
two little old ladies are sitting there like cleaning the pews and vacuuming, and I didn't know where to go, but I knew that they could and they would help. I knew that about them. So I went there and I'm like, I need help because you have to leave. If you're going to run, you can't plan enough to take stuff with you. And that doesn't matter because if you give the slightest indication that you might run, they'll take your ID, your passport, whatever, whatever they have to keep you there. So you don't, you just play it cool until you can escape. And we had gone to the store and it happened to be, about a half a block away from the church. I said, "Oh, I left my purse in the car. I need to go get it. Can I go back to the car?" And his mother happened to be there, and I just bolted for the church, and I ran, in the full garb, just running down the street trying to get to this church before, like, God forbid, he caught up to me. He had no idea where I went. To this day, I'm sure, Islamically, we're still married. So
yeah.
like I said, thank God we didn't have children together. Like, thank God for it. But it's, under Islamic law, come and take me away, and I'd have to go. So, I mean, it's that kind of thing. Like, that's another reason I kind of don't want to let even people I know online don't know who I am. I don't like like I said, I have a driver's license, but my actual birth name isn't on it. My address isn't on it. I don't own the house I live in. It's that you can try to find me even if you looked up by address, and you wouldn't find me, and I have to stay always somewhat anonymous, because at any time, because of his belief system, he could actually take me and go to Canada, and I wouldn't be able to get back here because, one, Canada doesn't have extradition with the United States, and two, the way they're going, where they're allowing this kind of shit to basically just get a free pass. I don't know. It's kind of scary to know that Canada is like so willing to ignore this shit, and they're right there. Like, they are right there. So that's kind of the thing that it's not like an immediate fear, but it is something that could happen if he wanted to do it. I don't think he would. I think it would be too much trouble for him, since he basically married me to get a green card anyway. But it's kind of, I think that that's a possibility. And it's not, because if I think if it's a possibility for me, it's also a possibility for so many other people. Like, what if you're a parent here, and you were married to a Muslim who tried to take your kids out of the country or something, and they somehow managed to get citizenship or residency in Canada. They could take your kids, take them to Canada, and you could get them back. They'd be gone, and that's it, because Canada has now become a place where you can do that. And that's terrifying for people here, especially in places like Minnesota, uh, Michigan, where they have high Muslim populations. If you divorce a Muslim, or from another country, and they leave and come back through Canada, you have to move south, because you have to get as far away from a place where they will be able to take your kid as you can get, because you would have to fight tooth and nail to get your kids out of the country in the first place, and then they would still force you to allow this person to have visitation, which has happened to a lot of people. There's actually a guy I knew who converted, and he had a crazy Pakistani wife, and that's what she did. Is she left him and went to Canada and divorced him, and he didn't see his own children for 10 years. I mean, he would try to like go see them. He would travel to Canada to go see them, and she would let him visit with them because she couldn't really tell him no, or it would cause a stink. And then she would move. So he couldn't find them. He was chasing his children all over Canada, trying to find them, because she just took off. And then eventually, because she moved so much and it was an obvious effort to conceal them, he was able to gain custody of his kids. And because because of the way that he worked it, really, he kept in contact with them, which is really, really smart, to always make sure that through the divorce, that he would always be able to have telephone communication with his kids, because if she didn't let him call the kids, or let the kids call him, he could come and take the kids from her. So he was always able to talk to them. So when he finally did get custody of them 10 years after she took off, they came back and they knew who he was, and they had a good relationship, and it was a little wonky at first, but they got along. But it's kind of, when you're married to someone whose primary interest is to control the other person, you're already in a bad spot. But when you're married as a convert, or even as a non-Muslim to a Muslim, you better understand the first priority is control over that situation in all aspects. That's why, Not Without My Daughter was a movie. I mean, that happens a lot. Oh, we're just going to go back and visit, and you're never going back to America again. So it can be scary, but it's you have to play it. You have to play the odds. You have to be tricky. You have to do the best thing you can do in the situation to try to pan things out to the best advantage of the kids. I mean, that has to be your first priority, is to look out for them. Um, when my daughter was born, I think that was really kind of I want to get out of this, but I freaked out. A lot of people, because they tell you, you don't, if you have doubts, to kind of double down in your religious belief, like we said, the devil's trying to tempt you and things like that. I wish I would have just left the first time. I really do. Because I think that, um, I think things would have been a lot better for myself and for my daughter if I would have just left, and just left Islam the first time I felt like it was wrong. But I didn't. So, and I can't change it now. But it definitely exposed me to the truth of it, and I am a lot less likely to tolerate the kind of crap that it brings with it, because of my experience within it. And I'm, like I said, I talk because I got out. I am a lucky one. I'm one of them. And so I feel like it's my duty as one of the lucky ones to talk, wherever I can, for those who can't speak for themselves. And I don't know, have you ever interviewed Pharaoh?
Nuthero? No, I don't even know what that is.
He's an ex-Muslim YouTuber. He's a guy, so he can give you more like the male perspective on it. But um, he's he's very funny, very sweet guy. He has a kind of a wicked sense of humor. He's very funny and goofy. But I think if you wanted to get like a more balanced view of kind of the dual mindedness of Muslims, and then the triple mindedness of ex Muslims, where you can kind of see both sides of it. And you see, it's honestly, it's like watching a plane about to crash and knowing you just can't do anything about it, and it's all just going to go to shit. And there's nothing you can do, because you tried to tell them not to not to take to the air, and you tried to stop this. But you like there's been so many people trying, in before Congress, in before Parliament, trying to say, don't let this happen, because we know how this will happen. This is what will happen in the next 5-10 years. And then it has happened, and everybody plays dumb like they never heard about it before. I encourage you, if you haven't seen it, Tarek Fatah talking about the radicalization in Islam to the Canadian Parliament. And he's absolutely correct. Everything he says is that's exactly the modus operandi. That's how it functions. That's how it works. Um, so it's really interesting just to learn kind of the functionality of that. But yeah, I think if you really wanted to get a variant perspective, I think, yeah, it would probably, yeah, definitely definitely interview, either Introverted Smiles would be good if you were looking for like an American perspective, or if you wanted somebody from somewhere else. Pharaoh would be good. He's from Egypt, obviously. Um, so they can kind of give you like the guy's side of the story, as far as Islam goes. But it's because I can only tell you what I know and my experience, but that's it.
Yeah,
And it's always going to be limited to the person as far as personal experiences go. But it's for a broader perspective, um, it's good to talk to everybody that you can and try to understand the situation from as many points of view as you can, just so you can kind of see it coming. um, but hey, thank you for interviewing me. I appreciate it.
oh, no problem. Do you have a time to answer one more question?
Oh, sure, sure.
Do you think that's the lies Muslims tell, like not all Muslims are like that, or those aren't the real Muslims would ever backfire on them? Because couldn't eventually people arrest a Muslim and they go, "Well, you're not a true Muslim. You should say that. We're hearing that not all Muslims are like that, and those are not the true Muslims. So if you're killing people, you're not a real Muslim. So can't those lies just backfire? You know."
Well, they will eventually, as people become more and more aware of what the truth is, because what's going to happen is they're going to keep seeing this happen over and over and over again. And um, it's they're going to get curious and try to figure out, well, what's causing this. And they're going to start looking at it, and they're going to start reading. They're going to start reading that Quran. They're going to start looking at that Sirah. They're going to start reading that Hadith, and they're going to see these people are full of shit. The problem is, there's 50, oh gosh, An-Nawawi's Hadith is 49 Hadith, but that's 49 books of Hadith. But there's thousands of Hadith. Sirah is the kind of collected Hadith about the life of the Prophet. Most of it is given by Aisha, his youngest daughter. Some of his other wives contributed. things like that. It's you know, just to read his biography. There's no getting around that he was a warlord. And then, you know, if you didn't read the Quran because it's honestly just a jumbled, nonsensical mess of crap, um, that's why everybody's like it's mystical because one verse, then you read the next verse and it makes no sense whatsoever. It's just sort of there randomly. Um, it doesn't make any sense. But if you like were to just read the Sirah, that's the biography of Muhammad, you understand very very quickly that he was a very brutal warlord. That's what he was. And then remember also that it is incumbent upon every Muslim to emulate him to the letter, that they must do everything that he did to the point where they brush their teeth the same way and wipe their butt the same way and pray the same way and do everything he did in exactly the same way because he's called the best of creation. So if you just read that and then remember that there are billions of people trying, well, you know, like 1.5 billion people trying really, really hard to do everything he did and to be just like him, you realize already we have a problem. So, and it doesn't really take that long to read the biography. I think if you're going to start somewhere to kind of grasp things, that would be the place to begin without having to get into the like, you know, oh, that's a bad translation. You know, you need to read this or whatever crap they say about the Quran so you don't think that it's as crazy as it sounds. Um, but yeah, just the biography of Muhammad is enough. And you know, most people believe it because they've been told it their whole life, and that's just where they choose to put their heart. But a lot of people, I yeah, I'd say probably more than half believe because they're afraid of not believing. And then you have, you know, your small faction of atheists and Christians and Buddhists who are pretending. I call them fake Muslims. They're the real moderate Muslims, the ones who aren't really Muslims at all, and they're just going along to get along. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, because I was watching a video by Jacqueline Glenn, and there were Christians coming to the defense of like Muslims. And it's like, well, there are terrible things in the Bible too. And do you know that the Bible says this? Do you know this? The Bible says that? But we're not like that. Do you know what they do? They pick and choose, just like we do. We Christians, we pick and choose. So that's what Muslims do. They pick and choose what they do.
Well, that's such bullshit though, because it's like if they were picking and choosing, they'd be a lot less violent. When they just go the way that was the least amount of personal trouble for them instead of going, I'm going to kill myself for Allah. Like, no. It's just it would doesn't, you know, it's kind of it's the shit that they say that makes them feel nice about themselves when that thought carried to its next logical step completely dissolves. Like it just makes no sense because it's an emotional argument. So if you try to apply logic to it, it just falls apart. So it's yeah, I think they'll be able to lie for a few more years until people just get sick of it and they've had enough, you know, being attacked and being bombed and watching children die, and it'll come along, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
because yeah, it was just like, what are Christians saying about their own religion when they're admitting that they're picking and choosing? It's kind of like you just bashed your own religion.
well, to be fair, though, I mean, Christianity to a degree is sort of set up to pick and choose. If you look at it, if you want to apply the Old Testament, you can say, yes, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, blah, 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 whatever those Westboro Baptist Church people say. I don't know. There's a lot of the Old Testaments there for Christians, if you know what I'm saying. I'm sort of like, we're over that. You need to move on. But they don't seem to understand what the word fulfill means. They're like, Jesus did not abolish the law, he fulfilled it. I'm like, that means it's done. That means it has been brought to its total end, fulfilled, finished, done, over with. That's it. And they just look at you like you're a lunatic. And I'm like, so everything that happened before him doesn't matter anymore. And they hate you for that because they just want to be mad at somebody. I really think that's what it is. They just want to be mad. And I think it's the same attitude. Like honestly, they to me are just like Muslims. The crazy like, but what about the Old Testament people? It's like, yeah, you guys are nuts. They just want to be mad at somebody and abuse people. It's like, go get a life. Go find something to do. A hobby, knitting. Pick up knitting. I mean, why isn't that a thing that we do? Let's knit for peace or something. I don't know. But it's sort of set up that you don't have to believe in the Old Testament to be a Christian. So if you look at the Old Testament and you go, I don't believe in any of this, but Jesus sounds pretty cool, you
Jesus
can
does
still
so.
move ahead with that. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, because when I was following Concert Avalon, under one of his videos, he made the same comment. Like you won't find it on the video, but the person says, like, what about Christianity? And he said, well, Jesus fulfilled the law, and because Jesus fulfilled the law, you don't have to follow it anymore. So we don't have to do any of that anymore, thanks to Jesus.
Yeah, you don't have to. Because it's fulfilled. That means it's no longer incumbent upon you to provide any effort to fulfill this. It's done. I don't get where the disconnect is. It's hard for me, like being a not a religious person or believing person or whatever. It's when you sit there and you have to explain this to Christians, it's like, why are you so stupid? Why don't you know your own religion? Why are you so dumb? It's like it's so frustrating because I read the Bible, but I actually lived near a Greek Orthodox monastery. So I just went there and I was like, holy crap, there's a lot of Bible. Like, there's a lot of it. They have like 200 huge books of the Bible, like just a biblical text. And I was like, I had no idea there was this much there.
Is it
I
different
really didn't.
translation? Different translations, maybe like a different version? Because I've been
Well,
like
they have the Greek, the Hebrew, the Aramaic, and the Latin, because they were all written in different languages. I'm trying to see the chat. Um, uh, they were all written in different languages. So like when I go to the monastery, they're all like they still have them in the language that they were written in. Like it's sort of like like a stamp of it or whatever. So if it was written on like tablets, it's just like sort of almost like a photo or a Xerox of the tablet kind of thing. And then it's the translation of that in Greek, and then on the other side it's the English. So it's like a three lane division. So everything is like if it's an Aramaic, it'll be translated to Greek, and then from the Greek to the English because it's a Greek monastery. And it's a lot. Like there's a lot of Bible there. Like holy crap! But I think a lot of it I can see why they didn't put it in there because it doesn't have an end. It'll be like part of a story of something or the end part of a parable that you don't really know how it started. And so it's just kind of real choppy. So I can see why it's like not included in like the regular canon of books because it's just part of this tablet thing. So I get it, but I when I want to look at something, I want to look at it as thoroughly as I can. And then I read the whole thing, and they're a Greek monastery, but they have like Antioch and the Church of Antioch, whatever they are, like super duper old school Christian, like Orthodox Christian from back in the day. And in all the buildings, they have this like plaque thing, like that's got writing on it, and it's all decorated and pretty like illuminated text, very lovely. And I asked like, what is that? And they said, oh, that's the didac. And I'm like, well, what the hell is that? And so they're like, well, it's the basic tenets of Christianity. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I go and look at like it's basically they tried to like give the Ten Commandments of Christianity in the early church, and so I found it very interesting. And the first rule, if the first duty incumbent upon Christians is to share the love of Jesus with others. Okay, I kind of wonder if that's why they're so preachy about making you be a Christian, but if their idea is the love of Jesus is to convert you. But uh, I think kind of everybody feels that way about their religion. But as far as Christians go, I don't really mind them. They don't bother me. I'm like,
yeah,
whatever.
I
It can
just
get preachy sometimes, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's true. I just find it weird that nowadays Christians are insulting their own religion to protect Muslims. I just,
Protect Islam, which is dedicated to wiping them out or making them slaves. It's just, oh, I freed 1,000 slaves and I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves.
oh, that's the quote by Harriet Tubman, isn't it?
Yes. It's it's the truth. They have, well, or Voltaire said it's very hard to break the shackles of a man who finds his shackles to be quite comfortable. It's, kind of the same sentiment. It's when you're the one who imprisons or enslaves or enthralls yourself, it's difficult to convince you that you have been enslaved or enthralled. It's.
Yeah, I think it's because Christianity has been taken over by social justice. Like, I was watching a video by Mountain Confessor, and he was saying
Mhm.
how like there's these basically social justice tenets to Christianity that's like nowhere near in the Bible. But it's like understand that if you are white, you are racist. You would always be
Yeah.
racist. And it's kind of like everything you do is racist, and you would be racist for the rest of your life. And there's nothing you can do to change that, no matter how hard you try. But you should still try to help out Black and Muslims
I
anyway.
love Mountain Confessor because he's just straight to the point, like, and he doesn't get over emotional, which I appreciate. But it's his kind of, I wouldn't say deadpan, but very like honest and forthright approach. I really like that because it makes you stop and really think about what you're doing. And it's not ponage, like that's really popular to just yell about someone or something. Um, so I like a kind of as concise as you can be analysis of something. Yeah, I saw that, like, you just can't win. I kind of, yeah, I don't understand what the drive is to defame your own belief system in order to defend a belief system that is dedicated to your destruction is so weird to me.
Yeah, it's just the white guilt, They feel it's because social justice is getting everywhere, including the churches. At first, I thought it was a good thing, and I would explain why I thought it was a good thing because I was younger then, but it's kind of like at first they were accepting of the LGBT community, and as an atheist, we were tired of the Christians hating the gays and the hate gays hell. So as an atheist community, we came to the defense of the gays, and then the churches are kind of like we're pro LGBT, and you see more and more churches holding the rainbow flag. But now it's becoming this like white people are racist. It's really much more like instead of a church of Christianity, it's much more like a church of feminism, to tell the truth. Even though there's not really much, I mean, it's kind of like it may be different in theory, but it's pretty much the same in practice.
It really is. I kind of noticed that myself actually. Um, when it I was watching something, I don't know what it was. It was some kind of Catholic thing like in the early 90s, and they had like a talk I might look different.
Hello, what happened? I can't.
Really weird. I think it was my mom sent it to me. It's on YouTube somewhere, but it's like the priest is dressed as a clown to like make the point that we all might look different on the outside, but we're all the same on the inside. And I have an immediate objection to that because, first of all, if your ideology is fucked, you are not the same on the inside. That is it. It was that whole, like, they try, well, the first thing you have to understand with Catholicism, because I've learned a lot about that actually, an ecumenical council within Catholicism includes Catholics. And it's not supposed to include what is has been declared a heresy. So you're not supposed to have like Protestants there, um, not Jews either, not because they're heretical, but because they're not Christian or Catholic. An ecumenical council is the various bishops of the church meeting together, it's not ecumenical the way we think of it, where like all these different branches like get together and talk about things. So it was kind of weird um, when they had one. The United States bishops had one where they had like everybody from every religion there, and they were gonna have like this like a joint prayer thing, and it's like, okay, like I can't even the wrongness of an imam standing next to a Catholic priest is like I just can't even with this shit. But it was to me it just sort of that symbolized to me the willingness to die that the West really has, even
Oh, wait, wait,
even
wait.
into religion.
Wait a minute. There's this woman in Germany, right? And she was saying that she would like to see like Germany destroyed or something like that. Have you heard of it? You know, like I think Carton T posted it on his channel where she was like,
Oh yeah, the like she's like a member of parliament or something like
yeah,
that, where she was like, I'll be so glad to see, you know, the German people become, you know, brown or some shit like that. And it was like, what the hell?
yeah, she said some of the deepest shit. Like, I'll be happy if we see the fall of Trump society. That would actually be a good thing. And it's kind of like, okay, you know, at first, now I think the Americans probably were a little bit too harsh on Germany about the whole Hitler thing. And maybe we just spoke about it far too much to the point that they feel guilty to the extreme, so they're going to the opposite
Well,
extreme.
they kind of inflict that on themselves. I mean, when I think of Germany, I think of brats, beer, lederhosen, and Audi. That is what I think of. I talked to a friend of mine. I'm like, you know, what do you think about Germany? And she's like, a lot of ha in the language and chocolate. So it's kind of people know what happened, they know what's in the past, and they moved on. Germany hasn't. They are still punishing themselves for it. And it's like very public, very long winded virtue signaling, self flagellation. And it's quite obnoxious, actually, to attach
Actually,
yourself to that for life, forever, for that's just going to be your legacy now. It's ridiculousness.
yeah, I actually have like a German friend, and when I was talking to like he's like really like he lived in Germany all his life, and I talked to him and his brother, and they're talking about how Americans are still giving German shits about the whole Nazi and Jewish things, because it's kind of like when people find out he's a German and he's lived in Germany, they're like he gets a lot of Nazi comments and
They give
American.
him shit.
It's like people are like making Nazi comes, Hitler comes. No, Deborah, he talked about how it even happened in Germany. So I think he got like in a fist fight with somebody because they
Oh
called him a
God.
Nazi. So I think he like beat the crap out of somebody because they called him a Nazi, even though he's not one.
Well, yeah, I can understand that being offended by being, you know, equated with Nazis, but it's I don't think Americans generally think of that. I think we really dig World War II, if the History Channel is anything to go by, because Jesus, there's like nothing else on the History Channel. it's, I kind of learned that like the History Channel is just it's the World War II channel. That's what it is.
For me, like the History Channel is the reality TV channel because when I look at the History Channel, it's all like pawn artists or it's kind of like pickup trucks and it's kind of like
Yeah, so like the only history they talk about is World War II. So it's like, okay, it's yeah, you know, I can see why people would think that, but I mean, we kind of view it as, you know, it was a bad ideology that spun wildly out of control, and that was ultimately defeated by, you know, principles of freedom and sovereignty and democracy and things like that. Like I was telling Cognitive Thought when I was talking to them, I really look at the EU as the Fourth Reich. Germany has managed to take Europe without a fight, and nobody stopped it. Nobody stood up against it. Nobody said, "I don't want this." You know, Switzerland, they had their constitution that didn't allow them to remand sovereignty, So even if they had had a referendum and everybody voted 100% to join the EU, their constitution forbids it, which that kind of saved them. Uh, but with, everybody else, they kind of, it really was freakish because my grandparents, my grandfather was Polish, and my grandmother is Irish, and Poland just rolled right over and let them in. They thought it was, oh, great, you know, great, socialized everything, yay, and they were totally welcoming to it. And of course, it turned around and bit him in the ass because he was killing. He wasn't just killing Jews; he was killing whoever was in his way. If you pissed off a SS officer, you could find yourself in a concentration camp. You know, it was very arbitrary. The Jews were the target for sure, but a lot of other people went down with them, and the intellectuals from universities went down. And to be honest, we're seeing that starting. We're seeing that happen full force in Turkey right now. He wants Erdogan wants total control over Turkey as a dictator. So what's he going to do? Fake a coup, clear out all the intellectuals, and take over the country. He's doing exactly what Hitler did. He's doing what Stalin or what Lenin did. He's doing, he's following the the way of the dictator. He's doing exactly what a dictator would do. And for people going, oh, I can't believe they staged this coup against him. He was a democratically elected leader. So was Hitler. Like, stop and think about that. Just because he was voted in, that doesn't mean anything. That means that people made a mistake, but that's all it means. And so it's kind of weird to watch history just repeat itself and people still not learn from it.
Yeah, that really sucks because it's kind of like some people are saying that Black Lives Matter was worse than the KKK ever was. Like I watched this video by Lauren Saturn, and she says that Black Lives Matter killed more people than the KKK did in the 1930s.
Um,
It's true or not, but
uh,
you heard.
I don't remember what the actual numbers were actually from the 30s. I think it was a couple hundred, I think. Because the KKK really never really was that influential. They were a nuisance and they terrorized people, but they never really gained influence because they were a desperate gasp to maintain this ridiculousness that, you know, they tried basically to have influence and they really never got anywhere with it. They still did horrible things. I mean, they did lynch people, they did hang them, they did kill them, they did burn them alive, they did all of that. Um, but they were never this huge, expansive group that held any kind of institutional influence. And I think that's why when Black Lives Matter is like the KKK, the KKK, it's like, seriously, you guys could take them in like 5 minutes flat. That's how much influence they had. Like you could physically take them out in, a half hour, maybe. You're not talking about, a great influence. At a time, that the ideology was popular, but it wasn't popular to the point where people would openly enact it. So it was always something that had to be done like under the radar. Um, so it never really got off the ground because they were trying, but they were too extreme in their viewpoints and they were too willing to go for violence, and that's why people were like, you know what, fuck you guys. Um, so you really like I think
Yeah,
even at their peak, they really didn't have that large a membership. Even when it wasn't even like socially unacceptable, people were still kind of like, nah, you
yeah,
know.
I think that what screwed the KKK over is that they targeted white people too. Like they're supposed to be about white pride, white love, white acceptance, white unity. But it's kind of like, are you a nigger lover? Nigger lover? Then bam, you're shot dead. It's like they did.
Yeah, it was. They very much considered blackness to be like a conspiracy against them, and it sounded kind of as loony then as it sounds now. It was maybe a little more acceptable because of like the Jim Crow laws and stuff like that. But like once you got out of, like, there were states that had Jim Crow laws and it was technically kind of like federally okay, but there were states that never had that. And
Really?
when they tried to like bring it in, they were like, no. Well, I had a friend, God, he was in California in, growing up like in the 40s and 50s, and he had black school teachers, and he lived in a little farming town, and it was like, you don't have enough people to be segregated, so you don't, because why would you? You know, if the only person that knows how to teach school is a black lady, guess what? Black lady teaching school. Like, fuck the government. We need a teacher. That was when you're dealing with like small communities that are very blended like that. It would never have worked, and so they were very rebellious towards it because it was like, we have 9 kids in school. How are we going to segregate them into 2 different schools? We can't afford that. You guys are crazy. So they wouldn't do it. And that's kind of where you, in most places where you have a high population, you could kind of pull that off because you would have the resources to separate things. But in smaller communities, how are you going to make that work? You know, in parts of Texas, like where my mom's family is from, they lived in a town that had never ever had segregation ever, because
Never,
it was
really,
a cowboy.
never.
Never.
Wow.
Never. I mean, I was actually really surprised to find out that there were several people, when we went to our family reunion. About half of my extended family is black, and I didn't know that. So I was like, "Oh, that's cool. How did that happen?" And so we went back into the history, and there was this town was built, founded by Moravians who would like take a collection at church and go to the slave markets and go buy slaves, bring them to the Texas territory, teach them how to, be cowboys and drive cattle and do all of that. And they just kind of lived there in this sort of hippie commune community type thing. But because Moravians didn't believe in it, they didn't believe in slavery. They were, but they were very low key about it. So I didn't know that. And I thought that was awesome, actually, because I had never heard of that. I didn't know, nobody ever told me about it because it was so far back. We're talking like, 1820s, you know, where they were technically owned, but not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I wish
Um,
I learned about something like this in history class. Now that is actually interesting, where people like bought slaves and they taught them how to be cowboys and taught them how to cattle. I mean,
well,
that's
yeah, that's kind of my joke about like appropriating black culture is like, well, if you think about it, 2/3 of cowboys were black. So we have fully appropriated black culture because it's actually cowboy culture. Which people get really upset by that, but that's the truth. I mean, they were there all over the place because they were good at it. They already knew how to do it, and they can make a good living doing it. So they would go west to the Texas territory and Arizona territory and go be cowboys. So it was. I always thought it was really interesting that people are, because you get told the story, the blacks, were slaves and then they were free, and then they had a really hard time, and they totally ignore the West entirely, where they were just kind of doing their own thing and left alone because no, the West was the Wild West. There wasn't a lot of government or regulation there. If you wanted to start keeping tabs on people there and trying to regulate them the way that you did in cities, they just would never have it. I mean, even Texans today aren't going to be dictated to. It's very outside of Texan culture, and that's because Texas was developed in an extremely different way than well, actually, most of the West was developed as a very individualistic society. Whereas, you had the East Coast where you had factories and big cities and larger populations and things like that. You really didn't have that in the West. So if you're, in a farming community, you're not going to have a lot of segregation because that would require more resources than you had available to you in order to make that happen. And people really didn't care that much. Um, some people did start to care. I would say 1870s maybe, when more people started to migrate west and bring their kind of like Eastern values to the West. But it wasn't a popular thing. It was kind of like, it's sort of like the way Texans view Californians moving there now. It's like, oh, these people, great. They already don't like them. They're already not a fan. But it was sort of the same thing where they're migrating these very like communal people who like to have their hierarchy and structure and divisions come into this place where people, they can't be divided. Like their resources don't allow them to this type of division. So it was kind of like it was one of my ancestors, she had written in her diary that it was an invasion from the east, was what she called it, because it absolutely was. They brought with them their ridiculousness and their frivolity and their absolute lack of self-awareness. And it's like seeing Californians migrate en masse to Texas right now. It's kind of like I hear my aunt saying the same thing. It's like weirdly watching history happen all over again in the same family in the same state. It's
Yeah,
really weird.
yeah, I think that the reason people act the way they do, like right now, like with feminism, Black Lives Matter, all this bickering and fighting, us against them mentality, and holding grudges over like the smallest of things, like, and treating something that happened years ago as if it's happening now. I think it's because there's like three 316 million people in the United States, and the internet just brings so many people to you. When it's kind of
Mhm.
like, if you needed everybody you had, like if you were in a community with only 7 people or 9 people, and you needed everybody, everything you had, like if there's only one teacher in town and she's back, so you got to go to her, you don't have really much of a choice. I think that helps people get along better, I would say, because you would have no other choice but to learn how to get along and get past the differences.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of when well, I mean, you're like you're Southern, you understand, but it's when you're in a small community and you have to rely on each other. I mean, you can't be. I mean, you can be individualistic to a point, but no man is an island. I mean, if your crops fail, what are you going to do? You're going to have to depend on others to like kind of help and support you. So you do kind of develop a community that's sort of like, I'll help you when you need it, otherwise, we're fine, and we kind of stay out of each other's business and things like that. But if somebody needs help, you help them. But I don't know, it's the culture of Arizona is kind of really very much the same. Like your neighbors are polite, say hello to you on the street type of thing. But otherwise, they don't want, they don't want in your business. They don't want you in their business. But if there were some reason that needed help, they would immediately come to your aid. And as soon as you didn't need help anymore, they'd go back to their lives and you go back to yours. And that's it. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like that's very much the way people still are. That's kind of to me the biggest difference between the eastern seaboard culture and like the California culture is it's very white guilt apologetic butt kissing shit, and then in the West everybody just wants to be left alone. We'll come together when it's needed, but otherwise leave us alone. That's kind of how everybody is here. So like you could throw a block party, people would show up, and community would happen. Like everybody's fine with that. Um, like we have a big Constitution Day party, which most people have never heard of, but we have one here because it kind of is a big deal here because we're a pretty young state. Arizona's only been a state since I think it was 1916 or 1912. Sorry, 1912. For such a young state, people still celebrate these, kind of what would be perceived to be smaller uh, victories like the ratification of the Constitution. It's and we have fireworks and there's a big snow cones, pretzels, all that stuff, bands, whatever. It's like the 4th of July again for the Constitution. So I mean, I prefer it because people are um very keep to themselves, and it's I don't know, it's just kind of weird to me, coming from the East where everybody's in your freaking business, everybody's like up in your shit, wants to know what you're doing, is trying to tell you how to run your life, to go to a place where people don't want anything to do with your life. If you need some help, they're cool, they'll help you out. You want to throw a party and bring some lemon bars, all right, we can do that too. But that's about it. It's all going to stop right after that. And I like it just fine because I'm, very individualistic. So I appreciate that approach to just kind of being chill.
Yeah, I like that approach too. I mean, I wish more places were like that, help you out when you need it, but then, you stay out of my business. I'm not going to tell you all about my business. Like, 'cause
Yeah.
some people, like, did they really get into detail about their business? It's like, I don't hear all that.
Yeah. Then, oh, like, oh, yeah, my mom, she this and that. And then did you hear about so and so's mom? It's like, I wouldn't know who so and so was or their mother. And people here already know that and they don't even bring it up. That's why I like it. Everybody's like, I don't know how you can stand to live there because it's so hot. But I'm like, you know what? I
I
don't know anything about anybody else's life, and that's wonderful.
live, yeah. So, who do you want to run for president? Trump or Hillary, or you're not voting?
I'm voting for Trump. I was leaning kind of toward Bernie a little bit there, and I liked Ted Cruz's financial plans, but he's kind of a little bit nuts. Um, so I was kind of, as far as policies go, because I didn't watch any of the debates or anything, I just avoided it. And I looked at their platform and their policies and read transcripts of interviews and things like that, because I don't like to debates are circus sideshows. I mean, they're essentially the freak shows of politics at this point. So I don't watch them until we get like to the end where people actually start to get grilled on actual issues. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. And I'm an independent, so I can't vote for the candidate of either party anyway.
You can't vote for candidates because you're independent. I think everybody
I
can vote, can't they?
No, you can't vote in a closed primary, and
Oh,
so
you can't.
I can't vote in the primary. But and I usually don't anyway because it's sort of like that. They try to kind of tamper down the crazy during the primary as much as they can, um, so that they so you don't really like get to it, and it's more they're trying to sell their personality in the way that it's like been very well crafted by publicists and etc. So you don't really get like a fair representation of them anyway. I thought this primary was probably one of the primary run-ups was one of the better ones because Trump was there. He was he could write for the throat. Well, what about your policy on this? What about your policy on that? And then I did read the transcripts. So he's going directly at policies and issues and dedication to the country, and they're going for stuff like how big his dick is, what kind of water he's drinking. It's like they're going real petty real quick, and he was kind of pushing him on the issues, and I appreciated that. um, I did notice that the only person the whole time that he didn't just absolutely go for his throat was Ben Carson, and I thought that was very interesting. He could have, he could have knocked him out because Ben is a very humble person, and he wouldn't have, he would have defended himself, but he wouldn't have attacked back. And that was something that I noticed about him from the beginning. And I actually preferred him. He would have been my preferred candidate. I would love to have had him, and maybe Trump because Trump is boisterous and loud and gets people's attention.
Yeah,
Um,
Like when
But
I was watching like Fox News, like Ben Carson was the very first person to endorse Donald Trump, and he says like Donald Trump has all my supports, and he had nothing but nice things to say about Trump, and he says that the Republican Party should pull together and get behind Donald Trump.
well,
And
I think because when he came out of it and said, for all his brashness, he really loves America. That to me was kind of, you can't really get a better endorsement considering what kind of threats we're facing from, within and without. So I think, I'm a patriot through and through because, like, I've been other places. I've seen what it's like. I am 100% yay America, fuck yeah, coming to save the day. Yeah, bacon. I'm like very much American because it's easy to hate America when you haven't seen what it's like to be someplace where there is no constitution, don't have any kind of guaranteed rights, where freedom of speech is either non-existent or limited. I tell people, you make the unjust assumption that everybody has the right to speak their mind, and that is not true. And if you've ever been to a place where people can't, you see how destructive it is to the little people, like your very poorest sections of society suffer the most when free speech is restricted because they can't even bring to the front issues that they have that are literally killing them in mass. They can't say anything about it. They can be shut down, arrested, killed, uh, you know, even brutally penalized for it. So having free speech, I don't like, to me that's a paramount right. That's something that we all need to viciously and vehemently protect as much as we can, because if you can't speak out against infringements on other rights, you can't protect them. So your free speech needs to be the first thing you have, just so you have the ability to speak out against injustice. Because when you limit free speech, I mean, I don't like what everybody says. Some things I find horrifyingly offensive. But if I limit free speech for that guy over there, I limit it for myself.
Yeah,
And
because the problem with progressives is that there's so many kids, college kids from Yale. These are kids from Yale saying, "Oh, we need to ban hate speech. We need to ban hate speech," and there are just drums of feminism just going, "We need to ban hate speech," but hate speech is parts of free speech. Free speech includes hate speech. The moment you get rid of hate speech, well, what is hate speech? I mean, I have seen over and over again mere disagreements being considered hate,
hate speech, yeah.
like or facts. You can just speak a
That
fact.
is one of my biggest things is I tell people this all the time. You have to protect free speech. Like I go to I always point to Frederick Douglass over this one, because he said to suppress free speech is to uh, he said to suppress free speech is a double wrong. It violates the rights of the hearer as well as those of the speaker. And I tell people, you stop and think about who he was for a second. you know, um, he was, a runaway slave. He taught himself how to read. He became an extremely popular orator. He did more human rights in America probably than anybody else. He really, I mean, as huge a thing as it was for Martin Luther King, think about how huge it was a thing for him to stand there, basically a wanted man, and to say, you know, I stand for free speech, and think about the horrible things that would have been said to him all the time, every day, about, you know, about the mental capacity of slaves, or their the debate on their humanity. And these are things that we think are ridiculous now, although we have the same debate about uh, you know people who aren't born yet, which is retarded. But like, people are people, but whatever. Like, that irritates me because it's an emotional argument, and it's like feminists, they're going to pretend it's science, but the science isn't on their side. um, think about, the shit that he would have had to deal with, the way that he would have had to live his life, and he was still a huge opponent or huge proponent of free speech, even when that speech was calling for his hanging. He defended it because that's what free speech means. It means free speech for everyone.
Yeah, like isn't it kind of nice to know who wants you hanged so you could avoid that person? It's great if somebody's going and announcing for me to be hanged, I could get as far away from that person as I possibly can, or just like go
Mm.
like to different states if I have to, like
Well,
go.
he did bounce around quite a bit, but but he still believed in their right, and that's what I'm saying. He wasn't demanding, any hate speech laws. He wasn't saying you shouldn't be able to say that you hate somebody and they should die, even though they were saying that about him. And there was a bounty on his head. He was, under fear for his life,
On his head, and why was he wanted?
because he was a runaway slave.
Oh,
So, and it was illegal for him. He learned to read and write, which is illegal for slaves in the state that he was owned in. So it was, you couldn't, you weren't, you were purposely withheld education, because then you might, actually be able to leave and do something other than work in a field. So they wanted to prevent that. But it's, he did all of this on his own, through his own will and determination. So when he's had to suffer and struggle and fight tooth and nail for every little thing he's had, and he's telling you, no matter what somebody is saying, no matter how horrible it is, they have a right to say it. And there is a basic right to exchange ideas. That matters. It matters. Who is saying this matters, and it's frustrating to me to hear that, hear Black Lives Matter screaming hate speech, ban hate speech. It's like,
it's like it kill the cops, kill those pigs in the blankets. Let's have some
yeah,
you.
but somehow pointing out the interracial death rate and homicide rate is hate speech. Like, no, it's more a trying to get to the bottom of the issue speech. But that's the thing. If you have to be open to hearing it, it's it's sort of the whole reason the white supremacy bullshit fell through, is because they were making crazy assertions, and people went and looked at the information and they went, oh God, you guys are nuts. And that was it. And pretty much killed their entire movement. It was like, oh, okay, you're crazy.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lot like the people who are defending Black Lives Matter, it's just the media. Like, if you look outside the media, it seems like the majority of people are against Black Lives Matter, even among Black people. Like, the
That's what's so
majority.
funny to me. I don't know one, not even one Black person that's like, yeah, Black Lives Matter. They're like, I wish they'd stay out of the damn road. They made me late for work.
Like, even with Black people, like the majority of Black people don't even support Black Lives Matter. It's kind of
Well, it's a leftist, media celebrity thing. It's not really like your average, Black citizen thing. It's like, what?
Yeah, yeah, but when it comes to Black Lives Matter, like I know that noticed that, like I don't know if you heard of him or not, but there's this YouTuber. His name is called Your Boy Pats, and he had a
I
video.
love Pat. I told him I was going to go find him and hug him. I love him that much.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't know if you knew that boy Pat, but he had a YouTube video talking about Black Lives Matter. Like I think it was after they killed a few cops, and the thing is, I looked in the comments saying that I mean before Black Lives Matter, like before Black Lives Matter existed, what you would see in the news in the media would be like like when you look at the young turks, like this white cop killed this innocent young black man. This cop killed this innocent young black man. The media basically created Black Lives Matter, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they kind of, well, I mean, they already know that they're going to get more play on emotional issues if they can spin it to an emotional thing. I mean, that's the kind of the thing with the whole social justice crowd, is that it's not really about justice. It's, like I said, it's emotional masturbation. It's compassion porn. It makes them feel good to take up a cause that's not really out of the ordinary, unfortunately, for really any race. It's not, about the same amount of Hispanics get shot as blacks, and they're roughly the same percentage of the population. It's kind of like, according to the demographics, it's pretty much solid across the board. I mean, it's what you would expect out of, these various races. And they're like, so they bring up, well, more white people are killed. Well, yeah, because there's more white people.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's,
but
yeah, it's pretty
yeah,
much consistent among demographics. But it's, that's the biggest problem, is that they talk about the murder rate, which is, it's fair, because for young black men 15 to 17, the number one cause of death is homicide. It's why? Why? And then, and then when you break it down by race of perpetrator, it's almost uniformly other black men, which I understand intraracial crime is an issue for every race. It's not like, it's more common for, white people to attack white people and Asian people to attack Asian people and whatever, because we tend to self segregate anyway as part of our, you know, um, more primal instincts. To perpetuate our own genetic material, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a racist thing. It's just a what we do thing. So it's more common within a race to have violence, but so it's, between members of that race. But the racial divide is more often crossed, like black to white, black to Asian. And then, so really what you're looking at is why, why it's, that's the question that Black Lives Matter doesn't want to address. They'll tell you, they'll give you the number, X many, black men between the ages of 15 and 25 die from homicide. Why? Who's killing them? That's, they don't want to ask that question. They just want to throw that number out as an emotional target for you to aim your masturbatory, emotional masturbatory semen at. It's pretty much what it is. And they don't want to investigate the issues. So they don't want to solve the problem. They just want to complain about it and tug on your heartstrings and get your, it's what fluff pieces used to be. Do you remember at the end of, like, news broadcasts would be a little story about a puppy or a kitty or, some cute little kid or something like that.
oh, you talk about those old commercials?
No, I'm talking about, like, they would run like a little news story. It was called a fluff piece,
Oh,
so that you left the news feeling good about what you had watched. It had elicited an emotional response so that you would return to that particular program later to watch it again because it made you feel good to watch it.
oh,
So they do that on a more intense level now, where they sort of pretend to be non-biased, but they're obviously very biased.
oh, yeah, very
And
biased.
they hit racial issues, gay issues, the Muslim love issue. And I mean, they'll hit whatever they have to because they've grown up to think that they need to make themselves feel good by shaming other people. And so it comes across very clearly in the media. And of course, you absorb that and say, oh, yeah, I'm one of them. I'm a bad person. And so you want to feel good. So you're like, oh, I'm going to support whatever group they're saying you're being mean to you. And, I'm not mean. I don't want to be the mean guy. I want to be the good guy. I don't want to be the bad guy. So you end up supporting causes without really knowing what they're about because you just don't want to be the bad guy. Is
Yeah,
essentially what it is. I
that's
think, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that's true. Like it, yeah, I did think that the media. It's like it's not just the news. I mean, it's kind of a lot like when you watch certain sitcoms. It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like there's this episode of That's So Raven where there's this boy. I think his name is Eddie. Was talking about how he experienced racism as a child, and it's like, or if you watch the Tyra Banks show, it's kind of like it will focus in on like the selected few black women who try to bleach themselves white or mixed race kids who like mistreats black people because they think white people are better. And it's like it really is about like white guilt. And the news, I mean, the news isn't like any better, because when it comes to the news, it really is like, again, this is prior to Black Lives Matter. This is since Black
Oh
Lives,
yeah.
this is before Black Lives Matter. And it's like, this racist white cop killed this black person. This racist, like, it's like Trayvon Martin is kind of like, I don't know if which one triggered Black Lives Matter. If it was,
I think it was I think it started there, but it actually picked up steam after Michael Brown. Um, See, I just read the public police report on that, because he was given administrative leave, because you always are after you discharge a weapon, even if you discharge your pepper spray, you have an administrative leave, because it's a weapons discharge, so it has to be investigated. So I read the investigation report and I read the autopsy report when it was released, which it was released fairly quickly. People just weren't looking for it. Clear. Everything was consistent with the officer's story. He wasn't shot in the back; he was definitely shot in the front. He was shot in an upward trajectory, which means the officer was lower than he was, and I mean it's all very consistent. So I was like, well, I mean, it sucks, but you know, don't try to grab a cop's gun. It's like, I don't think it takes a genius to know that, but okay, whatever, and I kind of let it go. But
yeah,
then it was, hands up, don't shoot, and the goddamn newscasters were doing it.
yeah, I was also watching like the left wing media, like CNN and NBC, and I just fell for it. I fell for CNN, and I was like, oh yeah, Michael Brown, he was innocent. Like, he was shot, while his hands was up, and he was running away from the cops, and it's kind of like, Darren Wilson had no reason to shoot him. I was just like listening to him, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is just terrible,
You know
because
what made me doubt it, to be honest, was watching his parents stand on top of a car and scream about it. I was kind of like, this just seems like a massive overreaction to something. If you had a legitimate case, why aren't you pursuing that legitimately? Why are you standing on top of a car in the middle of the street screaming about it? Like, why, what I mean? Like, why aren't you hiring a lawyer to pursue this? Why, it just seemed very antithetical to how you would deal with that situation. So I was a little skeptical of it after that, just because it was kind of like, shouldn't you be like dealing with this? And if you had legal representation, they would tell you not to do this. They would literally tell you, do not do that. But so it seemed kind of weird to me, just that visceral reaction after the first thing you do in that situation is you retain a lawyer. You go get somebody immediately,
I
especially if you feel that the person has been, wrongly killed. So it wasn't making any sense. It just kind of, it was a little muddier with Trayvon Martin. Um, and it was, so I was kind of like, oh, wow, it sucks. I wonder what happened, kind of thing. But with that, I went for it for a minute, and then, yeah, seeing his parents' reaction and their histrionics in the street kind of made me go, I don't know how accurate this is, because it seems like that's not that's not the way you would react if you were handling this through, any kind of legal channels and things like that. And they said, well, it's the, racism inherent in the police force. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go look at their stats, and that didn't seem true. So I was kind of like, huh, about it. That was really my only, that kind of, it just didn't add up from the beginning, because all of the, when you have a confrontation with police and a weapon is discharged, there is an investigation and there's public record, and demographics are gathered and information is available. So it's all public record. And I just went and looked at the public record, and it's just not there. It's just not supporting this accusation. So I was kind of like, okay, well, they are, I would assume, understandably upset at the death of their son, and feeling like there's nothing really that they could do about it. I would be angry and frustrated too. But at the same time, if your kid has an extremely long rap sheet and is out and you don't know where he is, and he, ends up getting shot by a cop, why are you jumping automatically and immediately to his defense? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Why are you not being more skeptical and trying to say, okay, well, let's look at the situation and figure out what happened first. So it was kind of, I don't know, it just seems like,
well, parents will protect their child no matter what. Well, many parents would, not all, but many parents would.
I'll be the first to tell you, my kid shot somebody or robbed somebody. Fuck you, you're on your own. I raised you better than that. If you're that stupid, God help you, because I won't. That's where I'm at with it. I know it's messed up, but if I've raised you to be better than that and you've chosen to not be, I did all I could for you. you know, um, it's that's kind of my attitude about it. That's really what it is with parenting anyway. You just do your best and you try to not screw them up too much. And um, I'm just at that point where people need to stop babying their children into adulthood. And I think that's a big, big problem of why kids feel so entitled and why they don't really care about the consequences, because they always think they're never really going to face them. And if you give people excuses like, well, I'm poor, well, I'm a minority, well, I'm a woman, or whatever excuse they're going to pull, um, it's it gives them too much of an out, especially when the legal system starts to um, accept that as a valid excuse. You know what I mean?
I think that the reason, like, what you just said, like, like adults choosing to be children, going, well, I'm a woman, I'm a minority. It makes me think like that's why we seem to be moving closer and closer to communism, closer and closer to authoritarianism. It's because I think that people, and I've said this in another live stream too, like in one of my past live streams, that people wants the government to be their parents. Like people are just trying to make the government be their surrogate parents. That's the reason why they want the government to take the guns away. I mean, have you ever hear people talk about guns? They're like, you don't know how to play with your toys. So because you don't know how to play with your toys need to be taken away. It's kind of like they're treating the government like a parent. But the thing is, the government doesn't love you. The government never has loved you, and the government never will love you. And all of
Yeah.
this authoritarianism, communism, it could eventually bite either us in the ass or future generation in the ass, because then they're going to be put in a situation where we're losing things that our founding fathers fought for. Like our founding
Yeah.
fathers fought for freedom of speech. Our founding fathers fought for the right to bear arms. And it's like we're throwing that away. It's like free speech, hate speech, hate speech. If you insult someone, hate speech. Facts are hate speech. Facts hurt my feelings. It's kind of like this is hate speech. Criticizing me is hate speech. Disagreeing with me is hate speech. And it's kind of like if we give the government unlimited power over us to just be our parent, because some people don't want to grow up, it would eventually bite children in the ass, because it's kind of like when you take away free speech, then you can't fight against the government, especially if you have your guns taken away. You are basically a slave to the government. It's like it's kind of like, to quote Dinesh D'Souza, it's like we're going from slavery to enslavement.
Yeah. It's you're like Tara said, the hardest shackles to unlock are the ones that are the most comfortable because you put them there yourself. That's kind of that's just what it is. It's people choosing slavery as a form of safety, It's like, well, they like to throw around that term Uncle Tom a lot, which I find ironic because they are very much themselves Uncle Toms. They want more and more and more regulation and more state interference because they just love the state and they want the state to do everything. And the whole point of that book was that, relying on your owner to be the to take care of you. Like that was his issue, is he wanted to go back because he felt safe there. He knew that, he would, it was the devil, kind of thing. It was the master would take care of him. He'd have a roof over his head and food to eat, and he wouldn't be running. Yeah, it sucks to be a slave, but he'd be safe. He'd be secure, and he'd know what to expect. And that was, I mean, and his family viewed him as a traitor because of that. And so I just find it like so ironic that the same people that are so willing to shackle themselves to the state call everybody else Uncle Toms when they won't do it.
I think
It's like,
same
you're the
people,
Uncle Tom. You're the one who wants to go back to the plantation because it's safer there.
but
Do
I
you
think
get
it's
that?
just that they want to be in charge and call all the shots and have the government do this for them, do that for them. And in their mindsets, they're calling all the shots and they're just getting their way. That's what they
Well,
could.
they think they are now, and that's the kind of thing, is they think they're getting their way now, not realizing that as they restrict the rights of others, they don't get to be in a special class where their rights are also not restricted. And that's kind of where they're missing the point.
Yeah, that's
Um,
true.
it's
Because
it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, see, this makes me want to go back and I haven't read Uncle Tom since I think fifth or sixth grade. It's been quite a while, but it's just too funny to me to watch. It is. It's so funny to me to watch these people say, call if you don't support, Black Lives Matter or whatever, because it gets used for other things too. They'll call you an Uncle Tom, and not realizing, again, they are the ones who want to go back to the plantation and put their shackles back on and stay right there where master will take care of them, because that's safety, and safety is more important than freedom.
yeah,
And it's
it's just that I think that they just feel like they're calling all the shots. Like I know I already said this, but it seems like they did it. They're calling all the shots, and they're getting white people to do what they want. Like I don't know if you've seen this video, but Gassi Koso was like standing in front of a bunch of white people, and he basically was being like their black slave master, and it's like, yeah, we want reparations. We want you to do this. We want you to do that. We want you to do this. And it's kind of like they just want white people to be their willing slaves, and I think that's what's going to get on their head.
Well, I mean, like I said, it'll go their way for a bit, but the more you restrict other people's rights, the more yours become restricted. Because, like, when they want to do these, hate speech and cyber bullying shit, they want, that to, they want it to be a crime to basically disagree with somebody on the internet. And it's sort of like, okay, but then when you disagree with somebody on the internet, uh, I they don't realize that when it's turned around on them, they're not going to have any room to breathe here.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, but they're too short-sighted. It's about it, to
Yes.
me, it's very short-sighted
Yes,
in
yes,
that.
exactly. It's like they have no foresight. They have no sense of foresight. They don't think, well, how is it going to be a few years later? Like, how could this go wrong? Because the way they're viewing, I mean, it's kind of like how Donald Trump has got a lot of support, and you yourself said that you're voting for Donald Trump. Is that so?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of, I feel like it's like Hillary Clinton is what the devil looks like if he wears a human suit.
Yeah.
So I don't like her. Like, I met her one time in 92 when Bill was running for president, and I was very excited about it, and I thought it was just great. And I don't know if you've ever met anybody that made you feel like a chill from the inside out
Oh,
and
really?
made you just want to get away from them as quickly as you possibly could. That is her. Like I can't like it's just being face to face with her. I got like the stayaways, like get away now. It was really weird, but I've always been like very keep my distance type. I swear to God, I wouldn't trust her to keep track of a flour sack for a day,
Yes,
much less anything else. So it's kind of like,
I was watching Crowder, and he says that Crowder says that Hillary Clinton is a sociopath because I mean, not only does she tell big lies, she tells dumb, stupid, irrelevant lies. Like she lied about how she got her name. She says that she got her name Hillary because of the guy who climbed Mount Everest, but that happened when she was 6 years old. So she lies these dumb, stupid lies that nobody even cares about anyway, that has no sorts of relevance. No, that so it's like I could see how you could get that chill from the inside out while dealing with Hillary Clinton.
it's just there's something about her that says, don't trust me. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it is very much the kind of like, ugh. you know, that's kind of how it is. She's somebody that your instincts tell you not to be near and not to trust, you know?
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't want that person to be in charge of our country knowing that. I can't, make other people see that, obviously. But it's sort of like if you look at other things about her, like her propensity to lie even about the dumbest possible things in the world. It's ridiculousness. Um, so I don't get it. Like she's just weird, but whatever. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I think sociopath is probably a good. Yeah, it's probably a fitting analysis. I would say. I mean,
Yeah, more people seem to be going to the right. I mean, sure, Hillary Clinton is projected to win the presidency, like Hillary Clinton is ahead of all the polls so
mhm,
far, but people are beginning to change their mind. Like during the time of the Orlando shooting, like it's kind of like when people made it all about Christians, and when people said not only about Christians but about Christians years ago. It's like, oh, Christians, like, look at these Republicans acting like they are on gay people's side, even though they went and baked a gay wedding cake years ago. Like, oh, look at these Christians. Gay peoples are like, we're tired of this. Progressives are not on our side. Gays for Trump. Gays for Trump. It took the Orlando shooting. And these people had no interest in voting for Trump. They were going to vote for Hillary. But the Orlando shooting makes them think the Democrats on our side, they're blaming the Christians over what they did years ago when a Muslim killed us yesterday. Gays for Trump, gays for Trump. We are voting for Trump now. We are tired of the left, and the left is driving people away from them. So I do think, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking that the left is going so far so
mhm.
fast. I mean, this is happening like really, really quickly that people are pushing back. And I mean, who knows? Donald Trump might win because there may be some more stupid chaos that makes people even more, interested in voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I can see that because especially, yeah, with her response, with her response to that being, she could not have given two shits and a martini less community. She was like, oh, here's a chance to bitch about gun rights, and so she did. It was just like, what the hell? Where you're kind of like, just get the hell on with that. It's even when it's not about guns and she makes it about guns, it's sort of like everybody was calling it, and saying, she's full of shit. And the first thing she's going to do, and the first thing Obama's going to do is go, we have a real gun problem in America. And it's going to be all about guns, not the ideology driving the person, shooting up the place. God forbid we should talk about his motivations or anything like that. But, no, it's about the guns because an inanimate object apparently is in charge of everything ever.
You know what I really think is screwing the leftover? It's like people like retweeting like person in Germany like being hacked off with an axe. Like this Muslim is just starting, attacking and injuring like 20 people. He did it all with an axe. And I think that's, it's kind of like, no, somebody retweeted that this Muslim is killing people with an axe. It's not the guns, it's surely them. Or it's kind of a lot like gays being pushed off buildings or gays being stoned to death. It's like they're finding anything that they could. So, no, no, no. It's not the weapon of choice, it's the ideology.
Yeah, it's it thinks it's a shit. The ideology, it drives it. It doesn't matter really what it is or how like lone wolf or crazy the person is. It's their belief system that drives what they're doing. And um so if you're not addressing that, it's it's a frustrating thing. Like usually in the US when we have shootings, it's like the Virginia Tech guy, it's like he was already mentally unstable. His girlfriend broke up with him in not a in a pr- pretty brutal fashion, but from what her friend said, he wouldn't take no for an answer. She had to be that way to get him to leave her alone. And so he took his time. He got a gun, and then shot her, and then shot everybody else. And he was already mentally disturbed. So they were, even then when we should have been talking about mental health care, and when someone is deemed as a danger to themselves and others, maybe not let them have a gun. And then it was became like a second amendments issue, if what really constitutes remanding someone's rights and things like that.
I do think that a person should be mentally stable if they're going to have a gun. I think that the problem is having guns in the hands of crazy people. However, people in ISIS or people who are, fundamentalist Muslims, they shouldn't have guns either, apparently.
Yeah. It's kind of it's yeah. It's kind of like you have to decide where you're going to be. I think things are just so, I don't know, convoluted right now that it's just really hard for people to you know they don't know where to stand or what to do, if that makes sense. There's just kind of like you know people are frustrated and they're overwhelmed by all this, and trying to deal with all of these things, and somehow marry these things to each other to make sense.
Yeah,
um if that makes sense, just trying really 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 hard
yeah. That's
to
I've been thinking like that. This stuff just came to my head. I feel like Black Lives Matter. It's like the ISIS of the West, so to speak. I mean, not exactly like them, like not by the letter, but still, it's kind of like the way. It's kind of like no, 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 no. Like they're not true Black Lives Matter. Their person isn't one of the us. The whole backpedaling. It's like you're saying, what do we want? Dead cops. What do we want it now? There's somebody goes around killing cops. It's like no, 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 no. We are a religion of peace. We're good. I mean, like a person who shoots cops, they're a radical Black Lives Matter. They're not a true one of us. We're peaceful people. It's just rhetoric. We don't really mean any of that.
yeah, it's the not all Muslims defense.
It's kind of like not all Muslims are like that. And Black Lives Matter are doing this. Like Black Lives Matter and like Muslims are actually like really, similar. Like they both call for violence. Muslims call for violence in the name of Muhammad. And Black Lives Matters call for the deaths of cops. So and then like when they go around killing people, say no, 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 no. They're just the radicals. However,
Yeah, they're radical. It's not us. It's totally not us.
yeah, but it's
It's
kind of like their lives are beginning to catch up to them because I was like saw a news clip, and it seems like an official news clip for like an official network, and they were like interviewing this black teenager who's getting death threats from Black Lives Matter and getting.
oh yeah, yeah, I saw that. He's a freaking kid. Christ, he can't even vote. And they're like coming to his job and crap like that. He's 16 years old.
And
I'm like,
the news interviewed him. He got like interviewed by like some news network, and it's kind of like it's like you know.
definitely local. It would have gone national, but they like CNN really did not have any interest in his story. Although they were so happy to listen to the guy who tried to rush Trump on the stage. I'm like, oh, your bias isn't totally obvious, but it was, yeah. They were never wanted to pick that story up, never wanted to touch it, but so it was so obvious. You know what I mean?
Do you know that like even people in the left are turning against CNN? I mean, I've been seeing it because like many people on the left are Bernie Sanders supporters, and they love Bernie Sanders because he's a true progressive, and Hillary Clinton isn't a true progressive, and all of that. But it's kind of like when Black Lives Matter invaded Bernie Sanders, he allowed like Bernie Sanders allowed Black Lives Matter to speak, but Hillary Clinton insulted the girl and she kicked her out, and so like many people from the progressive left were like really pro Cerny's and just like Black Lives Matter for Bernie Sanders and we stand by Bernie, and they're like some people for Bernie Sanders. That's kind of a lot like there's this news story that's DNC and Hillary Clinton were together from the beginning, and some of her private emails were showing that show like how the Democratic Party wanted people to lean the right way, and Hillary Clinton winning all those coin tosses. Like it's like, come on, you want all the coin tosses? So it's kind of a lot like like people they were like really for Bernie Sanders to the point where they were like insulting CNN. They were like bashing CNN for not being progressive enough, basically, you know.
Yeah.
But when you
Bashing
are
CNN
dishonest,
for not being progressive.
because it's like when you are dishonest and when you lie, the lies begin to start catching up to you. Like sooner or later, the more and more you lie, the more and more your lies begin to catch up with you.
Yeah, because you can only maintain them for so long. It's sort of, well, here's the problem with like Hillary, okay? If she's a true sociopath, then she honestly believes her lies. And so it's probably pretty disorienting to be confronted with the truth. So if she does believe her lies, then when you prove her wrong, it's like an awful lot of cognitive dissonance. If you know what I mean. I think, I would say sociopathic to a degree, but I think that she has a way of maybe she is sociopathic. I mean, she seems like she has a way of convincing herself that whatever she said now is the truth. And so that's the truth until the next time she has to lie about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then it's like, well, I'm waiting for the day, honestly, that some like military vet just beats the shit out of her when they're like, well, why did you do it in court? And he's like, well, at this point, what difference does it make? I'm like waiting for it because it would be awesome and
So I
hilarious.
mean, I'm pretty sure that it's like if somebody from Black Lives Matter were to shoot Hillary Clinton, the media would still probably take Black Lives Matter side because
Ooh,
it's
there's a question like who would win in a cage match? Not like who would come out of it alive, but like who side would the media take?
It's kind of,
uh,
I've always wondered if like a Muslim and black people were to get into a conflict and the Muslims just started like bombing up some black places, like who would win? Like who would win, black people or Muslims? I do wonder. Like, like would the media pick Black Lives Matter or would the media pick the Muslims?
um, oh, that's a tough one. Because it's easier to back a social movement and say, like, oh, they killed Hillary out of frustration or whatever. But yeah, I'm sort of like, if it came down to one or the other, it's sort of like, that's a tough question. That's the question for our age, man.
Yes, so
Get
like
with the media back.
yeah, it's kind of like we do have some viewers. I mean, I don't know if they want to go with Travis. Kind of like who would win? Like if a Muslim were to like bomb a black restaurant and it was Black Lives Matter versus the Muslims, and the Muslim did kill, like who would the media pick? Would they pick Black Lives Matter or they deal with the Muslim because the media always tries to go at great lengths to defend, Muslims. They go at great lengths to defend Black Lives Matter. But if those two were to go against each other, I do wonder who would win, or would the news try to be as objective as possible for the first time?
Yeah. I
Mhm.
well, it's almost like when they forced to be.
Yeah, like maybe they'll be forced to being objective, because I don't really know what they'll do because are they going to go like, not all Muslims are like that, and those are just the radicals, and something like that could have, because I noticed that Gasico. So he and his, Uhuru movements, they're all pro-Muslim. They pro-Pakistan. They're pro-Muslim. They listen to the Muslims like yeah, 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 yeah. But it's kind of like it's though Gasico. So he did get into a conflict with a Muslim once, but it was only one Muslim, and he seemed to be like um he seemed not to really care all that much because it's in one of his videos and it seems to be in a gas station and like Gatsikoso says apologize to this woman because you called her a bitch and
Oh,
then
because she was being a bitch and he called her a bitch. Like,
and it was and they were like yelling and screaming like shut it down, we're gonna shut this whole thing down.
about them, like this is why I love having African breads because I will send them this shit like to troll them. I will send them Gazi videos and they're like, fuck you, I hate you. Because then like they're coming over because they keep saying they're gonna leave this, they're gonna leave America and go back to Africa because America's racist. And they always leave the same comments, which of course he deletes. There's no welfare in Africa. Just fucking die every time. It's just too funny because they hate these people. They're like, why do you want to come here? We have enough problems. Go away. Like, why do you hate us? It's pretty much their response, which just makes it even funnier. But I do like I'm mean to them. I feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Muslim guy, he eventually apologized. He's like, I'm sorry. But
Well, yeah, because they want them to shut up and go away.
I know, but I do wonder if there's like a real conflict. Like if a Muslim were to get like shoots up 50 black people, like, and I'm not one of them. Like I would have rather not be one of them. But if
Well,
they kill like 50 black people, which side of them you can
I
take?
think what it would come down to is if there was like an actual conflict between the two of them, it would come down to like let's say you had like a riot in the street or something. I think it would come down to whoever had the most people on their side.
Mhm.
And then whoever came out of it the winner is the side that the media would take because they're intimidated by both groups.
Yeah,
So
probably.
I think if it came down to like an actual like fisticuffs, confrontation, I think that's the way the media would go.
But that would probably lead black people to vote Republican. That would probably be because you probably noticed that most black people tend to vote Democratic. This could be one of the things that shift the black votes to Republicans. You know, when it,
Yeah, well, from what I've talked to a few people, it seems like um most people would vote Democrat, especially now because they think Donald Trump is loudmouthed and bad at what he does. You know, they think like he's a hack, basically. Um, but they don't. But like they would, vote Democrat because they know who Hillary is. Because there's just so much shit being slung back and forth. It's very frustrating when you don't have time to sit here and read an 8-page article about it. So I think that's a big part of it. But I also think from like I notice it's mostly like my mom's generation, and they're pretty much like across the board Democrats, which I think is weird. But like her whole generation, she's the me generation, so why not? But um, they still view Democrats as having been like the father of the civil rights movement, and you know giving the black vote and full like striking down Jim Crow and all of that stuff. So I think that they still see it as the party of goodness and virtue and light.
yeah.
If that makes sense. I don't buy it now.
Yeah, they seem to hate white people and the Christians the most, you know. Now it's like the Democratic Party is the party of anti-whiteness and Christian hating.
Yeah, they kind of see. Yeah, I mean I can understand because I think this election has really been weird. Like this election season really has, because there are so many Latinos for Trump here, where they have been like hardcore Democrats, like they would never, not in a million billion years, vote for a Republican, you know, whatever. And they're way for Trump because they're legal immigrants and they live here, and they are the most often terrorized by illegal immigrants and like gangsters and stuff. Because we've had shootouts here up in Phoenix, and goddamn, grocery store parking lots between cartels trying to do like drug deals and exchanges and sell their prostitutes to each other. And it's like, this is shit we have to deal with. So it is an issue for us to have to deal with. So it doesn't really surprise me that legal immigrants are like, no, fuck them, throw them out, you know?
Yeah, because it's kind of like I made a YouTube video for a friend. I don't know if he's gonna post it on his channel or not. He said that he would post one of my videos on his channel because he has more subscribers, and because he has more subscribers to me, if my video is on his channel, then my video would get a lot more views. And basically I was basically bitching about illegal Mexicans. I was doing a video response to Sam Harris, because Sam Harris is like, illegal Mexicans, they're nice, they're kind, they're peaceful, honest, hardworking. They only take jobs that no Americans wants. It's like, this is total complete bullshit. My dad was a construction worker. He and his crew lost their jobs. They were like out of work because of illegal Mexicans. They're not taking away jobs people don't want. They're taking away jobs that people do want. So it's kind of like, it's bullshit. And it's kind of like I wish I mentioned this in the video. I didn't,
Mm-hmm.
because it was like an off the cuff response. But I wish I mentioned that it's like legal immigrants would like to see illegal immigrants out of the country. It's not racist to want, illegal Mexicans out of the country. It's like, my next
Yeah,
door
it
neighbor
isn't.
is Mexican, and I love my neighbors. They're Mexicans, but I love them. I think they're great. But there are Oh my God, there are Mexicans who are here that don't speak a single word of English. You could be like, "Hello, how you doing?" And they don't even understand that. They're like, "Can no habla inglés?" It's like, seriously, bitch, seriously, you do not understand. You don't even understand. Hello, how are you? Fuck you. I mean,
That's my ex-mother-in-law. She's been here almost 30 years and she like barely understands English because there's such a high population of Mexicans here. You wouldn't run into people who did. I mean, all of our billboards are, in Spanish. So why would you, like, why would you need to learn it? Everything here is in Spanish.
it's
So
like,
it's kind
no.
of weird, but there's a lot of pushback against that because when Arizona rejected Common Core and they along with it rejected the Spanish language classes. So and they replaced it with 2 years of ESL. So if you don't speak English and you're in school here, you'll have 2 years of English as a second language, and then you're on your own. Sink or swim,
Yeah,
because you have to learn. You can't when you're a teacher and you're trying to have a parent teacher conference with somebody who is a goddamn US citizen but doesn't speak English and their 6-year-old kid is translating. It's frustrating.
yeah,
To,
it's kind of like they're here, but they don't speak. There are people who really don't speak a single word of English. Like I speak more Spanish than they do English, and that is sad. That I know more Spanish than they do English. You know,
well, what's funny is Teddy Roosevelt said, if you come to America, be American. Learn English within the first 5 years or go back where you came from.
I agree. I
Like,
completely agree because
that's plenty of time for you to pick it up.
yeah, it's I totally completely agree because it's like if you were to look at Japan, I love Japan because if you do not speak a word of Japanese, well, you can't work. You need a working visa, like you need to get a work visa, and not only that, but you need to speak fluent Japanese or at least enough Japanese to communicate. If you don't,
Yeah, well, unless you're an English teacher and then they really don't want you to speak Japanese.
yeah, that's true. Unless you're an English teacher, but if you're getting any other job like IT or nursing,
Yeah, if you're trying to like live and work there, I mean, you'll pick it up. My uncle traveled all over the world teaching English as a second language, and he would have to move because they'll only let you teach in a country for a certain amount of years because you'll start to pick up too much of the language and begin to amend yourself in the classroom by trying to speak the language in order to translate it, and so they don't learn it as quickly. And so, you'll work a couple years maybe in Japan, and then, you'll be up for a job, let's say in the Czech Republic or, um, Greece or, wherever. And they'll bounce you around because they don't want you to adapt too much and learn too much of the language so that your students don't end up learning English,
yeah, it
which I
seems.
thought was interesting.
Yeah, that's true because there are people who do go to Japan for an English teaching job, but they don't seem to be able to stay there for long. Like as soon the job doesn't want them anymore, as soon they just say, you gotta leave now. Like after a certain amount of time there.
Well, yeah, and Japan is also very interested in assimilation. Like that was, you know, they took what was it, 29 Syrian refugees because they want to keep their culture homogenous and consistent, and they don't care what anybody else has to say about it. Which I think that's a lesson we really need to take from them is you have to enforce your culture, and if people aren't willing to adapt to your culture, they don't need to be there. It's sort of like
Exactly.
you can try to save a refugee, but if a refugee is not going to adapt, it's not going to work. And they're going to have to find someplace else to go or they're going to start causing problems.
Exactly, because if you break a single law in Japan, they don't give a fuck. Your ass is going right back to America. It's kind of
Or
like,
wherever you came from, they don't care. But I like that approach of this is our culture, this is our country. Um, even if Japan is weird because they have like, American toilets and regular toilets, which are kind of a hole in the ground. It's very weird, but it's it's
Yeah, but
the option's yours.
their American toilets talk to you. Like I think that their toilets could actually talk, and it comes with a bunch of like buttons, and one
It
of
has
these
lots of apps.
like a bunch of apps, and like one of it's like an anal app, like it something pops out and it sprays up your ass, and I'm like, what?
Oh, like a bit, yeah, like a built-in bidet or whatever.
It's kind of like, wouldn't that feel a little bit strange to have that weird object spraying you up your ass?
It would be odd, that's for sure.
Yes,
But
something like that in America would be very, very strange.
it would be odd. I mean, you'd adapt. I guess if it was going to do it, you'd learn to deal with it. But um, it's yeah, the just the way that they enforce assimilation is important, and they want to keep their culture consistent, and they want people to respect that their country is theirs and they can assimilate or they can leave, and that's it. So
Yeah, I wish we learned from that, but unfortunately, America and Finland are similar in that respects because, it's kind of a lot like when it comes to Finland, my friend says that like her language is disappearing, her culture is disappearing because the immigrants are taking over. So instead, Finnish people are learning the language of the immigrants instead of the other way around, so their language and culture are disappearing, and she doesn't want it to disappear. And she actually would rather live in Japan, where they protect their culture than her own culture. And it's kind of like I hate how we're trying to be multicultural, where we're trying to have all the Mexicans stay here and have the Mexicans just speak, Spanish and not understand a single word of English, even though you said that they were like US citizens, like that was a shocker. I thought they were all illegal, but
oh no, I mean, we've had people that are born here, they don't speak English. Why would they need to? Everybody they run into speaks Spanish. Why would they ever need to? That like even that's why they kind of slapped it down in the schools, is because they were having to go out of their way to hire teachers who spoke Spanish. So that was putting a lot of people out of a job because you might say you majored in like French history or something, or French literature or whatever. You can technically teach and speak another language, so you're technically bilingual, but you're not the right kind of bilingual. So it causes a lot of problems. It's teachers they weren't able to find work. They had to disband the teachers union because they couldn't meet the needs quick enough and things like that, and it just kind of went to shit really really quickly by trying to accommodate American kids born and raised here who never never spoke English. They might hear it on TV sometimes, but that's about it. Their parents are always watching like Univision or Telemundo or whatever, and they're not even on television for English. They got the SAP button, so everything's in Spanish, and they never learn, and that's kind of it's odd to see it, but it's sort of like the same thing. I have a friend who's well, she's American, but she was born and raised in Chinatown, and she never spoke English till she was like 12, 13 years old, and they moved away from California, and that was the first time really that she needed to, and it was kind of in her periphery, like she had heard it and kind of knew like sayings and stuff, or like that it's more common to say hey than hello. I mean, stuff like that. um Very basic stuff, but that and she lived in America her entire life, but she never ever needed to speak English, so she never did. And that's kind of the biggest problem with the lack of assimilation is when you're forced to stay within your community because you can't you're not able to communicate with people outside of it. So that's kind of why we were so forceful about speaking English when, the turn of the 20th century, when we're having, tons and tons and tons of European immigrants come in and say, okay, you have to learn to speak English. You have to learn. So, like with Italian immigrants, like the women didn't speak English because they were at home all the time and they only spoke to other Italian women or whatever. But the men always did, because they had to, go out and work and communicate and deal with people. And like my grandfather, he was Polish. His parents were, from Poland, and they came to America, and they would not speak Polish at home. They would not let him speak Polish because it was important to them that he learned to speak English so that he could function in America.
Yeah.
It was, learn to function in America. And um, it was frustrating for him because then, like his grandparents only spoke Polish, and so he didn't really understand them that well. But, you know, he would teach them, how to read and write in English, and it was like, so, a big thing. And but they used to people who immigrated here used to take it seriously to become part of the fabric of America, where you had at first resistance, but people would their kids would learn English, and so they would learn English from their kids, and go to shops and try it out. And it they realized that the lack of assimilation caused them problems, and they wanted to eliminate those problems. So they would make overtures and efforts to try to become assimilated. And we've basically said, you don't need to do that now. You
Yeah,
know, um,
it's kind of like we would rather accommodate than to tell other people to assimilate, when really it's just too much to like learn Spanish and learn Arabic for the Muslims, and then what if other people need to come here? Do we just pick up language after language after language to accommodate to other people? That's why accommodation is it's weird, because it's kind of like natives have to do the bizarre thing of learning, their own language, Spanish, Arabic, and all these other languages, when really it makes a lot more sense that if you're going to live here, speak the native language, speak the language that everybody else speaks.
assimilate and become part of the country. And if you're not interested in that, then go back where you came from.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
exactly.
Like it's not a hateful thing to say. We would like you to become part of our country, and if you're resistant to that, of course, it's going to cause problems for all of us. For you not wanting to assimilate,
Yeah,
how
exactly.
are you gonna how are you
Yeah,
gonna deal with that?
yeah, because like you were saying, that it's kind of like they were trying to hire teachers that speak Spanish, and there were very few teachers that spoke Spanish, so they were running out of teachers. So it caused more problems. So it's like, you know what, you guys got to take English as a second language for like 2 years. It's good, but like in Alabama, it's kind of similar, because like here in Alabama, well, it didn't affect us as much. But my
Mhm.
sister, back when she was alive, my sister passed away like July 30th, 2015. But when she was alive,
Sorry.
she tried to look for different jobs, and they wanted her to speak Spanish. And it's like, well, she doesn't speak Spanish, so she just and she did have Spanish in high school. She did like have like 2 years of Spanish, but it never like stuck with her. So I
Yeah,
guess
you kind of do like your Spanish 1 and 2 requirement and whatever. What do you learn to say? Like the record player is on the table. Yes, I'm fluent now. If you really don't learn, useful stuff. But so I took 3 years of Spanish and couldn't speak it to save my life.
yeah, it's just nice that you managed to learn Arabic through reading the Quran. That's really interesting. I didn't know that like that I could like learn a foreign language if I tried to read a book, like If I would just like maybe hold a dictionary and try to read a book, it would probably make it easier to understand.
Yeah. Um, it's, it's just a matter of either I hate to put it as a you're with us or against this kind of thing, but I think it's really that people don't understand what the American way is. Like we used to, like when we were in school, we took civics class. Remember civics?
Yeah,
They
barely.
don't take, they don't teach that anymore.
I don't remember civics.
Makes this civics class. It was sort of like American history, kind of.
I don't remember
Um,
civics. So,
Basically, you just learned all of your presidents, and it was kind of like a rough overview of American history. It's part of social studies, so it might have been social studies as well. But
yeah, no, I remember social studies. I had social studies all the way until like I think it was the fifth grade was the last time I had social studies. I think it was fifth or sixth grade. Then it was like then I started learning history. But I think social studies is part of history though, isn't it?
yeah, it's sort of under history, but you take like American history, world history, those are a little bit later, but you have like, social studies in middle school, and we had them separate. We had civics, um, and social studies were separate.
I never had
So you
civics.
never had civics? Oh,
I don't think
see,
so. I don't
I'll
think.
always remember Mr. Lewis, my civics teacher, um, because he really we did a whole semester um, on just what is the American way, and having the understanding of the underlying values of America as a system and as a philosophy really helped, especially given the amount of immigrant kids we had. Um, we had actually quite a few. Oh gosh, we had several. Like I'm trying to think who we had in the class. There were more, but just in my class there was a couple of French kids, some Chinese kids. I want to say Persian kids. I think they were from Iran. So we had like this kind of, it was, everybody had to take the class, but it was really interesting for me to see them kind of come to the understanding of, oh, okay, that's what America is about. Like it just sort of all began to make sense to them. So it was interesting that, this is what we grew up in, so this is what we know, and we're aware of this. But to see them kind of cope with the American way uh, being a thing is it's interesting.
Yeah.
But oh gosh, you're too fun to talk to. We've been talking forever.
I was
I'm
like,
like, oh my god, I have to make dinner.
it was like a lot of fun talking to you because like, I learned so much. I mean, you have been teaching me so much. It's like I have like a free teacher. It's like here I am, like listening to you, getting educated, like learning what it's like for you to be a Muslim, like learning about what's going on in other sections of America, learning what Muslims have been doing in America. I mean, I've just been learning so much. It's like, holy shit! There's just so much things that are going on with even within my country that I knew nothing about. And it's like crazy because it's kind of like if I knew that a girl was getting whipped in America, I would have something to say. I would be like yelling and screaming, and I would hope that the people would like get arrested. But it's kind of like this is happening and it's so under wraps, and everybody's like too afraid to, say anything, or like there are legalized citizens that don't speak a word of English. So if they were to move to any other state, they would be screwed over. It's,
Yeah.
it's
It's kind of, yeah, it's very disjointed. Um to like I said, that's kind of where the cognitive dissonance like settles with you is when it's happening here, and you have that kind of that sense of security and safety in the U.S. is gone,
It's like I'm
and
just shocked. My mind it's like
yeah,
blown. Like for real. Like when you were talking about what it's like being a Muslim, it's like listening to a horror story. Like I was just like, whoa, like this is really happening. Like seriously, like this is what's going on. Like I mean, I know that shit like that happens elsewhere, but it's like not in my country, like not in America. It's like what? I'm just so shocked. I'm just my mind is blown. Like I know that I was like rather quiet on my end, but I was just trying to like let you speak. I didn't want to like interrupt like what you were saying because it was like so like I was like learning so much, but at the exact same time, like I'm just shocked the whole entire time. It's like, what am I listening to? This is just a horror story. Like, oh my god, I'm feel so sorry for you, girl. It's like, and you went through all that. Like,
it's not me that I mean I was relatively protected. I like I said, it's not really me that I'm worried about. I'm worried more about people who aren't in any kind of place to run. Like that's why I kind of started doing this, because I started doing it for my daughter because she was living with her father, because he held her hostage in Egypt for 2 years, wouldn't bring her back unless I basically signed away my custody to her. He literally held her hostage, and I couldn't go get her because I don't have any rights as a parent under Islamic marital law. I can't have my kids. So it was you know it was I had to kind of do whatever I had to do to get her back in the country where at least I knew she was safe ish. But then knowing what I knew, it was more trying to keep him constantly under scrutiny so he wouldn't do something like, now that she's hit puberty, I will not allow her to travel to Egypt. I put her on the no-fly list. She's not allowed to go because at this point she can be married in Egypt and there's nothing I can do about it. If she's gone, she's gone. And essentially she belongs to whoever she marries. And that's why it's at this point, it's more important than ever to keep her here because she is rebellious, and the best way to deal with a rebellious daughter is to either kill her or get her married. And that's really what it is. It's like you got to do something about her, and that's kind of the go-to thing to deal with. And so it's kind of, I don't know. I'm really watching out for her at this point and trying to like cover her and keep her safe. Um, but it's I'm just I want to I want to be careful of her and try to protect her. But I have friends that are still in Islamic countries and they still have Sharia and they're afraid, and it's Sharia is no fun for anybody. I think people they tend to focus, I guess, more on the women because they don't really have a way to defend themselves against even their own husbands or fathers or brothers, as we could see from Pakistan. Um, but you know, everybody is under scrutiny under Sharia law. They're always watching you. And like I said, you see this video of this kid who's playing the lute. It's just like a little guitar on the beach in Saudi Arabia, but music is haram. So they're going to beat him and break his hands because he's playing the lute on the beach. Or they beat a kid because he was humming a song walking down the street, humming a song to himself, and he was beaten bloody. And, it was, so it's not, we tend to focus on women, I guess, because it pulls more of an emotional, visceral reaction from people. But, to be fair, it's not easy for anybody. And that's how they perpetuate Islam is through fear. And they do tell you stuff like, if you think this is bad, you should see how they deal with it. Yeah, they do whatever they want in life, but their punishment in hell is so great. And but if you live as a good and true Muslim, and you try to keep other people on the path, and you try to make people see the way of Allah, and you do dawah and whatever, and you bring Islam to the world, you could go to heaven. These people are never going, but you could go. So really, in Islam, you like Christians kind of have that. I believe in Jesus, so basically, I'm going to heaven. Like it's I'm going to do my best, and you know, whatever happens, happens, and I'm just going to trust in the grace of God, because grace is a thing that exists in Christianity. That does not exist in Islam. There is no such thing as grace. You are earning your way to heaven. And even Muhammad died not knowing if he was going to heaven, so you really don't know if you're going to heaven. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
He's the
first.
damn prophet, and he didn't even know if he was going. What do you think your chances are?
Yeah, like fortunately for me, I don't believe in heaven or hell. So, it's like this is just like a bunch of fairy tales, like telling me that I'm gonna go to hell. It has the exact same impact as saying that I'm gonna go to Boogie Land and might meet the Boogie Monsters. Kind of like, I don't
Yeah.
believe. Uh, what
But God,
What is your opinions to people who say that, like men, like Muslim men have it so far worse, like dozens of times worse than Muslim?
oh, that's when it comes to kind of social societal laws, everybody's kind of in the shit together. Nobody really like blasphemy laws, music, stuff like that. Everybody kind of gets fucked by it, to be honest. But with women, they it's acceptable for men. They kind of look the other way when men engage in premarital sex, because the honor of the family isn't on their purity, it's on the purity of their women. So it's kind of like, you're not supposed to do it, but it's okay. If the woman is kafar, it doesn't matter, because God doesn't care about her anyway. Like it's sort of like whatever, they don't give a shit.
What is
um
kafir?
not a Muslim.
Oh, if a guy has premarital sex with a non-Muslim woman, you don't have to punish a non-Muslim woman because
Well, if she's in a Muslim country, then yes, because she's still held to the law of the land, if or if they're in Islamic land. But it's like in Qatar, there's a woman who was raped. She reported her rape to the police, and they arrested her.
no,
Yes, I believe she's a Dutch woman, and so she's been raped. She goes to the police, and they say, well, you've admitted that you've had sex and you're not married, so we're taking you. I think she was married, actually. You admitted that you had sex with someone who wasn't your husband. You're going to jail.
oh my God! Wait, she was in. Where was she?
This is in Qatar.
Oh, she was in a Muslim country.
Yeah, so it
Oh,
was.
oh,
Imagine her shock. um,
oh.
because you can, they have Sharia. So if you can't produce 4 male witnesses, or 3 men and 2 women, or whatever, because a woman is only worth half of a man, in Sharia court, and it literally says that women are mentally deficient in Islam. So you start out kind of, you're down one. So if you can't produce 4 witnesses, and there's been a confession of the woman, then she is guilty. So she obviously can't produce 4 witnesses when she's been raped in an alleyway, but she went to the police to report the rape, so she confessed it. Excuse me. So she's guilty, and she basically walked in and said, I'm guilty of fornication. you know
In her words,
um
the word half of a man's.
yeah, women are in Islam, women are worth half of a man. So it was, that the way that they look at it is, she went into, yes, she went in to report a rape because she had been violated, but from their legal point of view, she walked into a police station and said, I've committed a crime by having sex with someone who wasn't my husband.
Oh, that's how they interpret it.
Yeah, and when she's saying, well, I was violated against my will, and they say, okay, well, you need 4 witnesses to confirm this. And she says, well, I can't give you 4 witnesses. So they said, well, basically what you did is you came in here and you confessed to a crime and tried to say it wasn't your fault. That's what it looks like from their perspective. Um, so it's, you know, it's sort of like, where do you go? I mean, she has no way out.
Yeah.
She's just another victim, to be honest. But Sharia is the same thing. Like, okay, if you're all right, let's say you're a man and a woman, right? And you're sitting alone together for some reason. Like you're a guy, you're out with your sister shopping, and you sit down and you have coffee with your sister and her friend, and your sister goes to the bathroom. And now you're alone with a woman who you're not married to. You both will be lashed for that, because you will be accused of fornication, even if you're not touching each other. You're alone together, which is not allowed. So you now have, both of you, and like that kind of thing with their morality laws, both of you have to be punished. And you can you can always pay money. That's one of the things that I think people, that should catch on to people. When it comes to Islamic religious court, you can always buy your way out, you know?
So
Um,
the rich will benefit because if you're rich and you screw up, he can be like, well, wait a minute, I'll pay
well,
you.
if you look at the history of Islam, Muhammad's family was doing some really fucked up shit and breaking a lot of the rules. And so it was like, well, I don't want him to get beheaded. So, okay, sure. You can pay some money and we're going to call it good. Yeah. All right.
It's really like the Italian mafia. When
Let's pull up some, yeah, it's blood money, here's some blood money, and you don't have to die, even though, 3 months ago I said you had to die for it, but now that it's my nephew, I'm going to change my mind. That's pretty much, like, when you look at it, people always tell you, like, look at it in context. So you do, and then it just gets worse. It doesn't get better. You're like, oh, so he was just a piece of shit, is really what you're saying. But it kind of, it's just funny, the way that they they try to like force it to make sense.
Yeah. One of my
So
concerns. Oh, go ahead.
no, yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
One of my concerns is just like how you just mentioned, like the Dutch woman who got screwed over. Is that here in the West, we're trying to promote, being Muslim is a good thing. Like, not all Muslims are like that. Not all Muslims, like those are just the radicals. Like they don't really understand Islam. They're the radicals. Well, what if people are like, well, the bad Muslims are radicals, and not all Muslims are violent? Why don't I show the naysayers off by going to, like, some Muslim countries? What if they go and then they just get screwed over? And it's like, but this is what I'm hearing in the West. I'm hearing in the West that not all Muslims are like that, and that the bad people are the radicals. But I go there and I see it firsthand, and it's like, it's probably, they're probably going to have like cognitive dissonance or mental breakdown, or like it would probably fuck them up in the head to hear like all of this bullshit in the West and see something else entirely, because that Muslim that's Dutch woman. She was able to go to Qatar just to get screwed over. Imagine like people in England or whatever managing to go to like Saudi Arabia and just getting screwed over. Like, what? This is what I'm taught. I'm taught like, or it's kind of this. I don't know if this was on Sargon's channel or if this was in Krautz's T channel, but there's these I think, yeah, it was German girls. They're like, I don't know, like 19, 18. Well, I don't know their ages. They were raped by a bunch of I think it was like in Cologne. They were like gang raped by like a bunch of
Mm-hmm.
Muslims, but they vowed not to snitch. niche on them because they had a dream for open borders in Germany. They wanted open borders since like all the Muslims in, so like they could just get rid of white supremacy. It's like the fuck.
Yeah, they're yeah. They have this, yeah, the white guilt thing is just at this point it's getting people hurt and killed, and it's just ridiculous. So I'm kind of like, whatever. I'm over it. I'm
Or
like, I'm only half white, so fuck you. I have no guilt. I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit anymore.
you have
It's
whites and have what?
well, because you try to be like on their side and understand it, and then you're like, but it doesn't even make any sense. It's like, it's seriously, it's like you let a 12-year-old girl be in charge of everything. So it's just all emotions and, you know, flowers and stuff. And you're like, what is wrong with you? That's what's wrong with you. If you don't require people to mature past prepubescence, they never will. And those are not people you need running your country. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I'm not on their side. I don't care. You're in charge of yourself. You screw it up, screw you. That's pretty much where I'm at.
Yeah, it's just really crazy. Or listening to God say code, so say like I'm pro Africa, but it's like, and he's like pro Muslim, like or whatever. But like in the Muslim,
Apparently, he doesn't know the history of Muslims in Africa.
with Muslims he would be stoned to death, and in Africa, I don't know what would
Well,
happen.
it's still illegal in several countries. It would depend on where he went, but yeah, homosexuality is still
Yeah, homosexuals.
for it in several countries. You can, and I think a couple of countries you can be imprisoned for it for like up to 10 years, and some of them they'll still kill you for it.
So in Africa, if Gosikoso were to go back to Africa, he would either be imprisoned or killed. So it's kind of weird to say, I'm all Africa, bitch. And when I get the money, I'm going to get, like, first I'm going to get reparations for Africa. Then after I get reparations for Africa, I'm going to go back to Africa, bitches. When really it's like, they would kill him the moment he steps foot over there. It's so crazy. It's kind of like, they'll
Like
kill
I
you.
said, that's why I troll my friends like from Somalia. I have a friend from South Africa, Zimbabwe, Somalia. Where's that other asshole from? Oh, Kenya. I will troll them with his videos, and they're like, "Stop sending me this shit." But it's too funny. He just has this like crazy idea that he's gonna just go over there and take over Africa or whatever. I'm like, I will. I want to see him try so bad. I do. Like, okay, Ghazi, go.
You know, I've
I
been
do.
thinking, I think that he might be a sociopath. And here's why. Because it's like he keeps about going back to Africa. It's like he makes like, I don't know, like $250 a week. If he wanted to, he could save the money and actually go. Yeah, but it's
Right.
like he talks about how much he hates English and how he hates speaking this cursed white man's tongue and how the white language is cursed. But
They're
he
like, do you speak at least even like Swahili? Because that's like the easiest one to know.
Yeah, it's
Like,
kind of like he said that he's gonna like learn Afrikanese. That was like at the beginning.
Africanese.
Like
Sorry.
look, or I think he did say Swahili. I think he did say Swahili, but he said it like at the very
Swahili.
beginning. But he said it
I
like
would like to see that. I
he,
would really like to see him try to learn Swahili. It would just be hilarious to watch that.
yeah, I forgot which language of Africa he said, but he said it in the very beginning of his channel. Like it would be within the first three videos, the first five videos for sure. He says it somewhere, but yeah, it's been like how many years later? He's still speaking English, the fucking liar. If you really speaking the white man's tongue, then how come you don't speak Swahili right now? It's kind of like he doesn't speak it. He Chris is
I'm
gonna.
gonna learn it, and a year later, he still hasn't learned
It's like it's kind of like come on,
it.
like a year later, and you just still don't speak a single word. Like
That's so funny.
it's like you don't really speak the language. It's like, come now, I speak more Japanese than he speaks Swahili. I speak more Spanish than he speaks Swahili. It's kind of like you can like
But
learn.
he can say jumbo, and it sounds totally okay.
It's, you're not interested in learning. And if you wanted to go back to Africa, 150
He's
dollars
funny.
a week. I mean, $250 a week. He could have been gone. He could have been spent like the $4,000 it takes to like get a plane ticket to go over there. But he just doesn't want to go there, and it's kind
Well,
of.
if he goes over there, what's he gonna bitch about?
Yes, like what is he just gonna bitch, run, and moan about? He needs to find something. Instead, that's why okay. Here's one of his backflips. First is I'm gonna go to Africa as soon as I can. It's like, no, well, I'm needed here. Well, I'm going to get reparations for Africa. Then I'm gonna go. He keeps moving the goalposts. It's kind of like he keeps switching it around from right away to this to that. He keeps making sure he postpones his trip. So, in other words, you just don't want to go. That's what it really is.
Yeah. Well, like I said, what's he gonna do if he goes? Really? You
Yeah.
know, it's kind of like he has nothing to bitch about. He's on his own. Um,
No
it's just gonna be really. I kind of want him to go, and I want him to document it because I think it'll be awesome.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to go because
It's like, do it, dude.
yeah, because it's like for a person who he was even like crying. He was like crying in the video saying, "I hate speaking this white man's tongue. I'm speaking English. It's the white language, and I just hate it so much." He was in tears. It's not what's coming out of
Over speaking English?
yeah, over speaking English, and he has a book on Swahili. Watch his. It's gonna be somewhere in his first 5 videos. Watch it again, and it's kind of like you could have been learned the language. You haven't, and that's because, in all honesty, you just don't want to go. You go from saying you're gonna go there as soon as you learn the language. Then it's where you're still needed in America because you still got to spread the word. Then it's like, well, you need to get reparations for Africa before you go. It's like he's coming up with all of these excuses to avoid going. Like he says he wants to go, but then he comes up with all kinds of excuses to avoid going. Therefore, he doesn't want to really go because it's all empty excuses, Because if you really wanted to go somewhere, if you really, really wanted to go somewhere, you could always save the money, get the plane ticket, and just go. Just do it.
Oh, he would never do it.
Never ever
It
do.
would just be a little too much of that facing up to reality, and I don't think he can cope with actual reality.
Yeah.
Like he likes to live in his little bubble of delusion, and it's like, okay, well, you just stay there then, I guess. I don't know where he makes his money from because he doesn't seem like the type of person anyone would ever hire.
I,
So,
I think that Huffington Post tried to hire him actually. Like he said that he got like a job, like Huffington Post like bid to have him, but he turned them down. And I mean, I do wonder if he has a Patreon accounts. I mean, I should probably look that up, like Patreon. God, let me try to see if he has uh Patreon Gazi Koso. I would search to see if he has one. I wonder if he is really like making bank the way he says he is, or uh, I don't see it. I can't find it, and I'm looking for it, but it doesn't show up. So maybe he doesn't have a Patreon after all.
maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't. I'd have to go to one of his videos, and I don't want to do that. Oh God, my tablet's gonna die. Dang it! See, you're too much fun to talk to, Ren.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun talking to you. I mean, it's been just so much fun because it's so educational and I've learned so much, and it's just so great having you around. It's been like one of the best conversations that I ever had. Like one of the all-time greatest. It's kind of,
Oh,
yeah, you were like really fun and interesting to talk to. It's kind of like now I know why like Mountain Man was like Mountain was like you got to interview her. It's like interview her next, interview her next. You know, it's gonna be.
well, I'm glad. I still, still, I really think you would really enjoy a Pharaoh or Introverted Smiles. Also on the just topic of like Islam in America, and because he kind of he grew up, right. He kind of was. I think he said he was 13, 14, something like that when 9/11 happened. So he's kind of more aware of the after effects of that, of being a U.S. citizen, trying to like marry the things together and stuff like that. So I think you would enjoy that, and also Pharaoh, because he's really funny. You would just enjoy talking to him because he's just a riot. So,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Just can't find it. But I'll tell you something you probably didn't know. That crazy girl who was like, yes, all white people are racist. Her name is Sensei Ashitimas. I bet you didn't know this. She actually written a book.
oh yeah, yeah, Miss, don't appropriate my culture, appropriating culture. Yes, I didn't notice that.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, I bet that's the same chick with the crooked septum.
yeah. It's the girl with the shredded locks, and she
She has
actually
that septum piercing, but it's always crooked, so it just kind of looks like she has a boogie hanging.
she looks kind of like a bull with her nose ring, and she has a book on Amazon. It's called. It's got like really like bad reviews too. Like her, like all the reviews. It's kind of like the most racist bitch in the planet, and it's just all about how racist she is. Since oh, I remember it's under Seren Sensei, and it's called So About That, a year of contemporary essays on race and pop culture. And it's only got 3 stars. That's how many it has. It's only 3 stars. And it's like filled with people bitching and complaining about what a horrible person she is. Like 39% of people gave it 1 star. It's like it's really bad.
It sounds pretty horrible.
Yeah,
It
it's
sounds very social justicey.
yeah, yeah. She is like one crazy one. I don't know if she's a feminist or not. She does seem like she would keep up with everyday feminism, because she does talk about cultural appropriation and white splaining and whatnot. And I mean, she does really seem like the social justice warrior type.
Yeah, yeah, she really does. I've seen a couple of her videos, and I'm kind of like, that's why I don't like it. I don't like things to be out of order, so I hate to watch her videos because her septum piercing is always crooked, and it drives me nuts. I'm just always like, I want to like straighten it. It just bugs me. Like I'm one of those people that everything is like lined up and stacked neatly and things like that. Like I don't like things to be out of order, so it's feminists are just they're hard to deal with because I can't watch their videos because there's so much shit in the background. It's like I want to go in there and clean their room. Drives me crazy.
You probably wouldn't like my room, but I mean, I did just recently tidy up the bathroom recently, and I made sure I scrubbed everything. They got everything nice and perfectly spotless. But it's like my room is still a mess, and I've been trying to get things organized. But the problem is, I own more things than I have space for, and I just don't want to get rid of anything. So I'm just like being a hoarder, like, nope, can't get rid of this, can't get rid of that. But I don't have space for all the things I own. So it's just a cluster.
Yeah, we kind of have the same problem where there's just storage space is not a thing here.
Yeah.
So we've had to accept that.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of weird because the houses here are very big and laid out, I guess, to like because you're going to be inside a lot anyway because it's a million degrees, but the closets are like about the same size as let me think, a closet in like a shot house. And if you've ever been like a shot house or salt box house even,
I never
they're,
been to a shot house before, but I have a
they're just like
teeny.
little coat closets or broom closets, and that's everybody's closet is that size.
Yeah, yeah. My closet is basically that size. I have a
Mhm.
teeny tiny closet, and I wish I could put more clothes inside of my teeny tiny closets, but there's just not enough room. So I try to put clothes in the drawers, and I have like all the drawers and dressers. I do try to put clothes in it, but I'm still running out of space. And I just don't want to get rid of anything. It's like I just can't get rid of this or can't get rid of that because, of course, you got to wash your clothes regularly. You don't know where the socks seem, day after day. It will get smelly, so you just want to, alterate to wear different clothes different days and just like wash them. So it's kind of like, well, I can't really get rid of anything, so I just have like all of these like clothes but not enough space to put these in. And
That was it's pretty common. We're just kind of like crap.
yeah, yeah, my closet is crap. So I've resorted to doing it's like putting my clothes different areas in the house. It's like, well, I can't keep my clothes in my closet, so I had to go to the closet over here and put my clothes in a different closet. And it's kind of like maybe I should just, it's like I'm just putting, my clothes in different closets for more space. It's just
Yeah, just to have some place to put it.
yeah.
But oh crap, I'm like at 8%, so we're gonna have to wrap up. It was fun to talk to you, as
It was fun
usual.
to talk to you. It was really fun. We gotta do this again because I could talk to you forever. Like for real, I really can't talk to you forever.
You're a blast. I love talking to you.
Yeah.
But I gotta go. It's like deep. My phone is going. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. So
Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
bye, everybody. Thanks, Ren.
Thanks for coming. You can come back anytime.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.